Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another trial day with me, Sade C. This is Grizzly True Crime. Today we are going to watch day 3 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. It's officially day 4 if you include jury selection, but from when opening statement started, it's day 3, okay? So if you missed day 1 and 2, I hope you'll check out the playlist. There's also a trial prep video for you if you just want a quick 20-minute overview of the case. So like, what happened, what's the timeline, what is this case about? Welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. And thank you so much to everyone who's spoiling the mods with coffees. Nightbot throughout the stream will share some coffee links for the mods if you do want to top up their coffee cups or my coffee cup. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thanks also for all the, extra ways that you guys support the work that I do. That's all on my website, grizzlytruecrime.com. So look at this beautiful picture of Sade Robinson that Grizzly cat found. It's just so pretty. Oh my goodness. She was only 19 years old. She was last seen on April 1st of 2024 and she went on a first date with Maxwell Anderson, who was 33 years old. And then within hours she was murdered and dismembered. So yeah, he's on trial facing first-degree murder charges, mutilation of a corpse, hiding a corpse, as well as arson, because the state alleges he went as far as to literally set her car on fire. We saw lots of body cam of that yesterday and photos and everything. So check out the timestamps from the previous days as well. All right, so what I'm going to do now is let's bring up the trial day, shall we? Wait, we'll do it like this. Go back to the beginning. Okay. Here we go.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
If you can please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record, please.
They're going to pick up where they left off from, obviously, from yesterday. Sometimes they finish and it's a new witness, but we saw this witness yesterday, and they're going to continue with the timeline and the surveillance footage of when witnesses saw the car being set on fire.
My name is Casey Donahue, Casey Donahue.
Just give me 1 second here. This was working a minute ago.
Thank you for sharing.
Detective Donahue.
Oh, the pink flowers and hearts. Sade's favorite color was pink. So that is why we have made these emojis, pink hearts, pink flowers. You can also just use the normal emojis as well. If you're not a member, use pink hearts, pink flowers, all of that in honor of Sade.
We last left off, you had testified regarding video from 2900 West Lisbon Avenue as well as 1650 North 30th Street. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. I have up here the clip. If I can, I'm going to try to replay the clip from 2900 West Lisbon. All right. I have video file marked starting D2 ending in 7395 or 35.mp4. I'm going to play it from 9:51. It's 7:29:32 a.m. on the video clip. Paused at 10:19. There's a city bus there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Playing at 10:19. Don't know what that's from. I paused the video while that was happening.
I'm just gonna move this back.
All right, playing from 10:26. Paused at 11:03, the TV went out. All right, playing at 11:03.
Who did that? Bravo! The camera is coming, it's slow! Guys, I'm off it.
Pause at 11:51. Detective, when you first reviewed this video, well, how many times have you reviewed this video, first of all?
I've reviewed it dozens.
And when you listen to the audio, how are you listening to it?
I'm listening to it with a pair of Bose noise canceling headphones.
And what do you hear being yelled during those last minute or so of that clip?
What she's yelling is, he did that, call the fire department, call the ambulance.
The subject that that person is sort of pointing at walks south on 30th and then turns onto Walnut, right?
Yes.
That's the video we watched yesterday?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 447 and 448. Mm-hmm.
Where did his microphone go? Sir.
Are these two screenshots from that video?
Yes, they are.
I moved those two exhibits in. It's 447 and 448 and asked to publish.
Any objection?
1 minute, I'm sorry, 1 minute. Can I see those again real quick? No, I don't have any objection.
They're received into evidence. You may publish.
All right, and these screenshots, I have exhibit 190 on the screen here. These screenshots were from the video that we watched yesterday from this building here that I'm circling with my finger, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I'm going to put them up on the Elmo here. It's 447. And that's 448. Looks like, tell us what he's wearing.
Okay, so some people, like Diana said, hello, what is going on in this video? Okay, so what they're showing us is that on the morning of April 2nd of 2024, the state alleges that this is Maxwell Anderson, who is on trial. And that after driving around with Sade's car, driving around Milwaukee, we've shown, on the map, they've shown on the maps, we've looked at the maps of where exactly all he drove around based on Sade's Life 360 app and obviously where her car was seen on surveillance. Then he went back to the area just west of Sade's apartment, and the state alleges that he torched her car, like he set her car on fire. So they yesterday said that they found like a stuffed animal that smelt like it had gasoline or petrol on it, and they also found remnants of like a big lighter. And so they're building their case showing the arson charge because, of course, Maxwell Anderson is charged with first-degree murder, mutilating a corpse, hiding a corpse, and arson for destroying Sade's car. So that's what they're showing here is him walking away from the moment that he set that car on fire. He walked away. There were those witnesses that said, hey, he did this. You know, as Pernille was typing out there what they said. He did this. Call the fire department. Call the police, right? So that's what they're showing here. Just for those of you who are lost, or maybe you missed the end of yesterday, they're just picking up. They've shown us quite a few other angles of this, and they're showing us this, again, more of it today.
The subject is wearing dark clothing. The top is a hooded sweatshirt or jacket. The pants are dark pants. It appears that he has like a tan-colored shoes with white sole on them and a camouflage or tan rucksack-style backpack.
He's walking westbound on Walnut on the north sidewalk, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And in that direction, about 1 block would be the 31st and Galena playground, correct?
Correct.
After Miss Robinson had been reported missing and her car had been found burned behind in the 2900 block there, West Lisbon, were people, including law enforcement as well as family and friends, canvassing that area extensively to try to find any clues about what happened to her?
Yes.
And that was almost round the clock, right?
Yes, it was.
Were you part of that?
I was, yes.
Obviously, you've already talked about you going to these places and getting these videos, but you were also searching what areas around there? And I'll pull the Mac back up if it helps you.
Am I able to move this back? There's a glare on
As
it.
long as all the jurors can see it, yes.
There he is, Maxwell
that
Anderson,
okay,
34
Yara?
years old.
Is that better for you with the glare?
It is, yes.
Can all the jurors still see? Okay. That's fine. Please proceed.
Okay, you can answer the question. I just want to know what areas you were searching.
Sure. So my initial responsibility was to go and canvass the area for video surveillance. When we noticed the subject go southbound on 30th Street, we then go to the 1651 address on North 30th Street. We then see the subject walking westbound on West Walnut. We then canvassed to the west, and we are unable to locate additional video. So myself, other detectives, and some uniformed officers then conducted a canvass of the playground area. I had knowledge that there were train tracks that were located down in this area right here. We then walked down to the train tracks, canvassing for additional evidence, and that's when we received a call stating that
Objection, hearsay.
State?
I can just ask a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
All right, so you're searching basically, actually, why don't you come down here, detective? I'm going to have you use this pen or marker, if I have one.
Do you want a Sharpie?
I think I have one here.
The way the judge's like, do you want a Sharpie? She sounded so optimistic. Cara says, I want to say your surname. How do I say your last name? Cara CG? Said, also, has there been any question if this is Jonia Walker's backpack? If she's also missing from Pizza Shuttle and was last seen with a backpack that looks like this. Oh my goodness. So we had spoken about that before in some of the coverage that I did initially on Sade's case, is that there was another, I can't remember how old she is. I must look again. Was she 15 or so? A teenager? I can't remember now. I'm going to look it up. But she also went missing, also from Pizza Shuttle. And wow, I didn't know that backpack detail. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine? Okay, so let's see what they've got going here. There we go.
Why don't you just trace on Exhibit 190 the route you're specifically talking about to help orient us as to where you were searching?
So this is the area that we started at with video surveillance. We then see the subject go down 30th Street, and then westbound on West Walnut. We then searched this area right here.
Okay. You can have a seat, thank you.
Okay then. So Mary said, do you think he has someone before based on his behavior, techniques, and what they found in his home? I think it's plausible, but we haven't heard any evidence of that. Thank you, Mary, for the sticker. And also, welcome to all the locals in chat. There's lots of people from Wisconsin watching with us. This case takes place in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
I know.
Hey,
Were you there
defense.
searching on April 5th?
We can hear you.
Yes, I was.
That would have been 3 days after Miss Robinson was reported missing.
Yes,
Were you with other detectives?
yes.
And what happened?
We were notified that human remains were discovered in the wooded area just east of the playground.
Who notified you of that?
Detective Cassie Lindert.
Did you subsequently assume the responsibility of documenting the scene of where those remains were found?
Yes, I did.
And so this would have been, was it late in the day on April 5th?
It was, yes.
About what time, do you recall?
It was nighttime. I recall that the two pieces of human remains were collected at 1:14 and 1:16 a.m. So we were probably out there for a couple hours at that time.
So from the 5th into the 6th?
Yeah.
For anyone who's new to the case, just please remember that this case comes with a trigger warning. It's graphic. It's a case about the murder of 19-year-old Sade Robinson and dismemberment. I just quickly looked up Jonia Walker that we were just talking about, she was 15 when she went missing. So this post from missingkids.org was posted in 2024 in June. It says 2 years after Jonia Walker was last seen on a home security video leaving her home in Milwaukee, Wisconsin on June 23rd of 2022, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is releasing a new image to help find her. I'm going to link this in the description box for you. Jonia's family believes she was lured online and could be anywhere today. And there is a picture of her with a backpack. It just looks like a similar shape, but maybe not the same color. I think his was like an army one, wasn't it? Anyway, so I will link that for you because we've now brought it up. We're speaking about Jonia Walker's case as well. Shame, and she hasn't been found. So I will be doing that. Just wanted to mention it, seeing as we brought it up.
Yeah.
Let's keep listening.
So can you just give us an idea of how many people were canvassing that area and searching around that park and that playground, or excuse me, and those train tracks?
During the initial canvass that I was a part of, I would say approximately a dozen.
You're still calling those people, right? Go ahead.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 191. Is that a map of the 31st and Galena playground?
Yes, it is.
And does it document where the remains that you were involved in recovering were found?
Yes, it does.
Move 191 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Ask to publish.
Go right ahead.
Detective, are you aware of whether or not in the subsequent days, after the night from the 5th into the 6th, in the subsequent days, were additional body parts found around that playground?
Yes, they were.
Does this map document where the remains you documented were found as well as those?
Yes.
Got on the screen Exhibit 191, it's just a zoomed-in map of the 31st and Galena playground. We've got 31st Street on the left side of the map, correct?
Yes.
All right, and on the north side is Walnut.
Yes, that's correct.
The video from 1630 West Walnut, originally when we watched it yesterday, we started at 6:50 a.m. when we saw Sade's car driving westbound, correct?
Yes, I was at 1651 North 30th Street.
Okay, can you tell us, just point out where that video was covering when we saw that car driving?
An approximate would be this area right here.
So kind of facing northwest?
Yes.
All right. So 6:50 a.m., her Civic is going westbound on Walnut past that building, and then it turns north on 30th Street, right?
That would be eastbound
Or
on West Walnut and then north on 30th Street.
Thank you for correcting me. So right next to this park.
Correct.
Then at 7:30, a few minutes after, is when we see the subject walking westbound on Walnut, that those screenshots were from, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, you can have a seat. Thank you. I'm going to show you exhibits 109 through 145.
Detective Donner looks so cool in her suit today. Look at her tie and everything. She's been on the stand. She was on the stand yesterday and the day before as well. So, you see her there?
No objection to any of these exhibits.
Could I have the numbers one more time?
109 through 145.
Thank you. Then they're all received at this point.
All right. And may I have permission to publish?
You may.
Okay. These are all photos from the scene that you helped document. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And this was done in the nighttime.
Yes, it was dark when these photographs.
All right, we're going to go through these, Detective. And actually, before we do, can you identify for us on, you don't have to get up, just tell me which one of the body parts locations are we about to be talking about? There's 4 of them up there.
Yeah, so we're going to be talking about the 2 that are located on the left side of the map right there. The foot location and then the flesh and bone location.
Okay.
More specifically, 2 pieces of flesh were recovered that night.
Exhibit 109. What are we looking at?
That is going to be a photograph of the playground area in the park.
Facing south?
That is facing south, yes.
And then 110, the cameraman just turned to the left a little bit, correct?
Yes,
And 111 turned to the right.
yes.
Okay, and that street right there would be what?
That would be North 31st Street.
Pretty dark area, correct?
It is, yes.
Okay, not a lot going on there?
No.
All right. To the north of this block, well, actually, I'll hold off on that. Next, exhibit 112, cameraman turned which direction?
That's going to be facing east towards North 30th Street.
Okay, so
It's on the other side.
behind those trees would be those train tracks?
Yes, that is correct.
And then on the other side, way on the other side, would be that North 30th Street video camera that we were talking about.
It is, yes.
And then the street that we're seeing on the left, that's Walnut?
Correct.
113. What's this?
That's a more of a zoomed in photo from the prior picture showing West Walnut, and there you can see the bridge that goes over the train tracks towards North 30th Street.
114. Cameraman looks like he just moved over into the street, right?
Yes, that's eastbound on West Walnut.
The sidewalk right here where I'm pointing, is that the sidewalk we were watching that subject walk past?
Yes, it's the north sidewalk.
And then there's this kind of brick building on the left-hand side, right?
Yes,
115, little clearer view of that brick building.
yes.
What is that?
I was just looking at his microphone, literally pointing the wrong way. Sir, grab your microphone, right? Oh my goodness. So how scary to think that remains were scattered near a playground?
I don't even know. I believe it's like an abandoned old factory building.
So I guess what I'm getting at is, did you guys check for cameras from that building and that area?
Yes, we would have checked all buildings, all residences in that area.
Were you able to locate any video footage that showed the Galena playground, the 31st and Galena playground?
Not from that building, no.
Okay. 116. That same building is on the right side, correct?
Yes, that's going to be facing westbound on West Walnut.
117, we're back towards the playground.
Yes.
Okay, so the playground is going to be on the left side and we're looking south?
Yes, that is correct.
118,
That is going to be a further camera angle south.
that apartment complex at the end of the street there, what street is that?
That would be Galena.
Any video cameras recovered from there?
I don't recall if there was any footage on Galena.
119. Would orient us here.
This photograph is it's hard to say, but I believe that's going to be.
It might be a little bright. Just give me a minute. Okay. The bridge that's on the right side, is that Walnut?
Yes, so that's going to be on the other side of the tracks facing northwest.
This kind of depicts that there's some elevation from the tracks to the playground. Was that how it looked?
Yes, it's hard to see in that photograph, but from both sides of the train tracks, it dips down elevation-wise.
Maybe 120 will help. I have that on the screen now.
Yes, that's what I would be referring to, how the train tracks are the lower elevation.
121.
That is a photograph. You can see the playground on the left of the picture, and that's going to be facing southeast direction, towards the lead.
122.
That's going to be facing east.
And then 123, we just get close, is a closer up of that same thing we see in the middle of 122, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and then right next to that or near that, 124 is what?
That's going to be a pathway that leads down to the train tracks.
And into the wooded area, correct?
Yes.
125.
That's going to be facing south.
All right. Then that pathway, I'm putting up 126, leads to where?
That pathway would be leading to the train tracks, and you can see there's a retaining wall that's pictured there.
Retaining wall that would separate the train track area from the playground, right?
Correct.
Okay. 127. Oh, and these yellow cones, those were items placed there by you or your department?
Yes, I placed the cones there. That depicts where pieces of evidence were located.
127.
That's a closer photograph of the evidence markers. You can see the retaining wall. The pathway down to the train tracks would veer to the left, close to the retaining wall, and continue down.
128.
This picture is going to be facing towards Walnut. The train tracks are going to be down to the right-hand side.
Let me put up 129 here. Is this the same tree?
Oh, that is, so I was mistaken. So
Okay.
that's going to be facing south towards Galena, and that's the retaining wall right there
On the left side.
on the left side.
And then we've got a mattress and some other items on the ground, right?
Yes, I don't recall exactly if that was a mattress or a box.
Okay.
Hard to tell.
Was there a significant amount of sort of trash in this playground?
Yes, there was a lot of trash and debris.
At the point that you were that these photos were taken and that you had been alerted to the location of a body part, you had really no information about what would be significant to recover, right?
That is correct.
So items with that amount of trash there, you didn't know what might relate to it or what might not relate to it, meaning the body part.
Correct.
Okay. Did you mark or notice, mark as evidence, certain items that you later came to conclude probably had nothing to do with this?
Yes.
Exhibit 130, that's just the retaining wall, correct?
It is, yes.
131. Looks like cone 8 on the right, lower right there.
Yes, that's like an overall photograph of an area that evidence was recovered.
And then 132. Items 9 and 10, which are located in the woods near item 8. What are those items?
So item number 9 is going to be a smaller piece of flesh that was recovered, and number 10 I documented as a larger piece of flesh.
133 is going to be a closer, slightly closer view. .134 is going to be a close-up of number 9. And 135 will be a close-up of number 10. .136, number 9. 137. Is this sort of just an image of the retaining wall in the relation to where those items were found? Those body parts of flesh?
Yes.
Okay. How big were items 9 and 10, if you could describe?
Detective Donahue, can you pull that mic back around towards you, please?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
The smaller piece of flesh was approximately 2 by 2 inches. The larger piece of flesh was approximately 6 by 6 inches.
Here's 138. What is that cone down there? Number 11?
Yes, that's going to be evidence marker number 11.
And do you know what number 11 was?
Yes, number 11 was a human foot.
.139. The foot is to the left of the evidence marker?
It is, yes. .140. What's that? That is a closer photograph of the human foot that was recovered.
.141.
So in this photograph, we're depicting that the toenail polish on the human foot was pink.
And this foot on the top of the image, that is the retaining wall, right?
It is, yes.
So the foot was right up against the retaining wall?
Yes.
142. when the foot was found, was it covered by some leaves there?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead to 144. Another view of where the foot was. And 143 and 145 are going to be images of the foot.
Her family's in the courtroom. I can't imagine what they're going through. They have a lawyer, and the lawyer spoke to the media yesterday. They said they're not ready to speak to the media yet, which I can understand, right? Now, Tickety, is that how I say it? Tickety Boo said, "Gee, you are my hero. Grizzlies, you are fantastic too. Thank you so much." I just wanted to say your name out loud. Tickety Boo. Thank you so much. Sure, this testimony, and they're showing pictures. They're not showing it to us, thank goodness, but they are showing it in the courtroom, and those poor jurors as well.
The cut line at the ankle, how would you describe it, Detective?
It appears to be a straight cut that the foot was severed.
$145. Top view from the ankle.
Yes.
Are you able to see that same straight cut just from the top?
Yes.
And there's another piece of flesh coming off of the ankle, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Shame. My mom is literally she's looking at it. Oh my word. Wait.
Yes.
Are you able to see that same straight cut just from the top?
Yes.
And there's another piece of flesh coming off of the ankle,
Sorry, I went
correct?
back. I just want
That
to
is
show
correct,
you
yes.
her family in the courtroom as well. Yeah. This is her mom. And her sister's also in the courtroom. Shame. Oh my goodness.
So in sum, Detective, when that night, when you documented that scene, that would have been the night of April 5th, and then going over the midnight hour into April 6th, you located a total of 3 separate pieces of human remains, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you just reiterate what those 3 separate things were?
Yes, the 3 separate human remains were a smaller piece of flesh, approximately 2 by 2 inches. The second piece of flesh was larger, approximately 6 by 6. And it was the left foot, human foot.
Was the medical examiner called to the scene?
Yes, medical legal death investigator is their official term that responded.
That would be your standard practice would be when you have a homicide or a case that involves recovery of human remains that you would summon the Milwaukee County medical examiners to the scene.
Yes, that is correct.
And do they then recover the human remains?
Yes,
Was that done here?
it was, yes.
Was there a specific case number assigned to the recovery of the remains we just discussed?
Yes, there was.
Was it medical examiner case number 24-02399?
Yes.
As you indicated before, there were a number of other items in addition to the human remains that you marked with an evidence cone, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Were any of those other items deemed to be relevant in any way?
No, they were not.
Could you just give us a rundown of what those other items were?
Yes, we located, I believe it was 5 spent casings. We located a condom that appeared to be used at some point. It was outside of its wrapper. We located a doll that was screwed into a tree. I recovered screws that were next to that doll. There was a burlap sack that initially we believed may contain human remains. When we opened that burlap sack, it was a dog that was placed in the sack, and it was rotting at that point.
Casings, right?
Yes.
Did you mention that? Okay. Those casings, were they like worn?
It was hard to tell how long that they've been there.
In some, those other items seem to have been items that had been there for quite some time. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Lastly, Detective, what we just talked about, flesh located in this area here, correct?
Yes.
It says and bone, but that you didn't find the bone on this side, right?
No, that was found at a later time.
Okay. And then the foot was right about here.
Yes.
And that retaining wall is basically, you can't see it on here because it's kind of contained within those trees and brush. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
I have nothing else. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning. What was in the backpack the person was wearing?
I don't know.
You've studied these videos, you said dozens of hours, hundreds of hours you've spent watching the videos?
I believe I stated that I watched the videos dozens of times.
Okay, thank you, dozens of times. Can you see blood on the backpack?
No.
One would expect that if they were putting body parts in a backpack, you'd see blood on it, wouldn't you?
That's fair to say, sure.
In the dozens of times you've watched, and when you say dozens of times you've watched the tapes, we're referring to really all of the tapes that you had canvassed throughout that area, right? Because you've watched all of them multiple times.
Yes.
Did the car, the Honda Civic, did Sade's Honda Civic ever stop at the park here that's on the screen on Exhibit 191 at Galena?
I don't know if it did or not.
You're not sure?
No.
And that's because there's no video that actually shows that car ever stopping at that park, right?
That is correct.
And similarly, it's true that there's no video of a person getting out of that car at the park at Galena. You would agree with that as well?
Could you repeat that question, please?
Sure. There's no video of a person getting out of that Civic at this park area at Galena, is there?
No, there was not.
Certainly we have the video we've seen of a person walking, but I want to talk about the videos of the car. In all the videos of the car that you've watched, who's driving the car? Can you see?
You cannot see who's driving, no.
Can you see a gender of a person?
No.
So then I'm assuming you can't tell the race of the person in the videos you've watched?
Not in the vehicle itself.
And we saw that one clip yesterday. Where there was the passenger window was going up. Do you remember that video?
Yes.
And that was actually when the car was going sort of near that playground area, right?
Yes, that would have been eastbound on West Walnut just prior to turning north on 30th Street.
Sure. And in that video, when the passenger window was going up, Mr. Vance Curzan asked you about whether you could see a passenger, but you also couldn't see a driver in that video, right?
That is correct.
And when you look at that video, when you study it closely, can you see, are there body parts of any sort visible in the car when you look in on that video?
I could not see, no.
Now, we watched video this morning again of Lisbon Avenue. That was a liquor store, 2900 West Lisbon, where that tape, that footage was secured from, correct?
Yes.
And you were involved in actually getting that video. You talked to the owner of the liquor store and acquired the video, right?
Yes, that is correct.
He was cooperative with you and turned it over, correct?
Yes,
Isn't it true that you also, you don't work alone, you work with Detective Ryan Casey also, don't you?
yes,
So you're Casey Donahue, but we also have Detective Ryan Casey, right?
yes, that is correct.
And he's part of the homicide unit as well, so he's trained on these types of matters.
He is, yes.
And is it true, would you agree with me that oftentimes when two people work together, one detective might do the report, another detective might not do the report, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And so sometimes when people are partnered up, if you work closely with Ryan Casey, he might be the one to draft the report on April 5th. You might be the one to draft the report on a different date, right?
Yes,
You would agree that on April 5th was the day when you and Detective Ryan Casey went to Lisbon Liquor to get those videos, right?
yes,
And in fact, the Mr. Singh, Parmejit Singh, Paramejet, took you into their room where they have the DVR and he turned over those tapes, right?
yes,
And you guys actually watched them together right away on April 5th, didn't you?
yes, we did review them while we were at the liquor store.
You would agree with me that and now this is 3 days after the incident, 3 days after April 2nd, right?
Yes,
Between April 2nd and that date, you had never we saw the two women that were on the street in front of the liquor store, right?
yes, that is correct.
But between April 2nd and April 5th, neither you nor your partner had ever spoken to those women, right?
No, I have not spoken to either of those witnesses. I cannot speak for Detective Casey, whether he had spoke with them at any time or not.
Okay, and the two of you watched, right, you can only speak to who you've talked to. You have not talked to either of those women, right?
I have not.
Now, on April 5th, when you watched the tape, you would agree that that there was a report written about the two of you watching the tape, fair to say?
Yes,
In that when you guys watched the tape, you could see the women on the sidewalk and that they were pointing in the direction of a person. You noted that, right?
yes,
But you would also agree that in the report, it's indicated they're yelling something, quote, inaudible. Would you agree with that?
that is what Detective Ryan Casey's report reflects. My observations and what I heard on the video is what I testified to.
Sure. Did you ever draft a report that reflects your impressions of the tape?
No,
Now, eyewitnesses, well, how long have you been a detective? I'm sorry.
since 2020.
Certainly, eyewitness testimony can be a form of evidence in any criminal case, right?
Yes,
And it can be an important form of evidence because it can help shape your investigation, for starters, right?
yes,
And it can help you pursue leads. An eyewitness might tell you to look at a certain area, so that's another reason it could be useful, right?
yes,
And an eyewitness could be right. That's another reason they could be useful because an eyewitness may be accurate with what they're saying, correct?
yes. When we speak with eyewitnesses, we will want to corroborate any sort of information that's given to us.
And they can also be wrong.
Yes, that is correct.
They can make a mistaken identification.
Yes,
There's ways to try to figure that out, video surveillance, DNA evidence, but eyewitnesses can be wrong. Right?
is that a question?
Yes.
Yes, yes,
And-
they can.
In their ability to observe, in this case, for example, we watched the video again this morning, and you saw the woman who's pointing, right? The woman who's pointing and making the statement. She really only looks over in that area for about 6 to 7 seconds. Would you agree with that?
In which area are you referring to?
The 2900 West Lisbon footage, when we see the man walking across the field and she goes, he did it or whatever she said, she only looks over in that direction for about 6 to 7 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I would have to watch the video again, but that is an approximation that,
Okay. And obviously, she may you would agree with me that a person who is making an observation, their view can be impacted if they're under the influence, right?
Yes, amongst other things.
What are some of the other things?
Stress,
Weather conditions?
yes.
Obviously, if a person knows someone or doesn't know someone, that can be an important consideration too, right?
Yes,
In terms of making identifications as a detective, there's a procedure you can use as a detective to try to, I'm sorry, give me a minute, please.
Take it easy on the mic, sir. Dang.
As a detective, there's procedures you can use to try to make an identification, right?
yes, that is correct.
You can do what's called a live lineup,
Correct.
where you take a group of people, one might be a suspect, some people aren't suspects, and you put them out in a room, and there's a process to it, but essentially the eyewitness can choose if they see the person.
Yes, that is correct.
And there's also photo arrays that can be done where specific photos are used of, for example, Max Anderson, and then other photos of other people to show, is this the person you saw, right?
Yes,
And that you never did that, you yourself never did that with either of these two women, right?
I did not, no.
Now,
Detective Donahue, can you pull that mic towards you again? Thank you.
in the woman on the street who's pointing, I'm sorry, you never had her do any photo array or a live lineup. Do I have that right?
I did not speak with her, no.
Now, she never yelled, he threw a lighter. Did you ever hear that on any of the tape you watched? He threw a lighter?
I did not, no.
Did you investigate any other car fires at that location, either before or after this incident?
I am not an arson investigator, so that is not a part of my duties, so I cannot speak on whether other car fires occurred at that location or not.
You said that there was basically canvassing around the clock. Did I have that correct?
Yes,
When you say that, are you talking from April 2nd when the car is lit on fire until until April 5th or 6th? What did you mean by that? When did the around the clock canvassing start?
I am unaware of the exact date that it started. The sheriff's department did reach out to the Milwaukee Police Department, and they asked us to assist in recovering video pertaining to this case. I can't say which exact day that was, but it was, in approximation would be maybe 2 days after.
Got it, April 4th or April 5th, somewhere around there.
Correct.
And in between April 2nd and April 4th or April 5th, no body parts are found in that area.
That was the first time any sort of human remains were discovered at that park.
April 5th.
Yes.
Max was arrested April 4th, you know that.
I don't know exactly which day he was arrested.
Okay. The person with the backpack on, that person wasn't running.
No,
In any of the videos you watched, was that person running?
no,
Or appeared to even be in a hurry, right? Didn't even appear to be really in a hurry.
no.
And when you looked in that park on April 5th, when you examined the park, one of the things you just said you found were spent bullet casings.
Yes,
Well, that's evidence of a shooting, right?
yes,
Used condom, whatever, make of that whatever you will. Could be two people had sex, obviously, right?
yes,
Okay. You found a bag, a burlap sack with remains in it of a dog. That could be evidence of animal cruelty, right?
correct.
High crime area, agreed?
Yes,
Meaning that area surrounding that park and even Lisbon Avenue.
yes,
There's lots of police response in that area.
yes,
Now, the person on the tape with the backpack, you pointed out the shoes yesterday, the white shoes. Remember that?
I don't believe I stated white shoes.
I thought you said white soles on the shoes. You were directing us to look at. No?
Yeah, so it would be towards the bottom sole area.
Okay, that's what you were pointing out though, right?
Yes.
That person did not appear to ever have gloves on, did he?
I don't know.
Well, you never saw gloves on that person on any of the videos, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And nor did the person appear to be wet.
I'm sorry?
Nor did the person appear to be wet.
Wet?
Wet. Covered in water, soaking, right?
You can't tell from the video that I was watching.
Okay. No, I know. And then, Judge, I'm just going to...
Johnny says, did look like in a hurry and didn't look back at the commotion. Sass, right?
approach the witness, if I may, and show a few exhibits. It'll be 305, 306, 307, and 308. Okay?
Go right ahead.
If that's all right. I'm going to start by just showing you these pictures and asking if you could look at these.
Yes.
USMC Mom says, can we get some thumb cuffs for the pen clicker? That would be Attorney Cotton, guys. He's the pen clicker.
You got a chance to look at those?
Yes, I did.
Could you start by identifying Exhibit 305, please?
Yes, that's a photograph of evidence markers 6 and 7, and what is depicted to be a doll screwed to the tree.
What did they show us?
So if we look down,
Sorry.
that's what you're talking about, that doll right there?
Yes.
And then Exhibit...
Let's try see it. They didn't pan.
Could you start by identifying Exhibit 305, please?
Yes, that's a photograph of evidence markers 6 and 7, and what is depicted to be a doll screwed to the tree.
So if we look down, that's what you're talking about, that doll right there?
Yes.
And then Exhibit 306. Same thing?
Yes.
Oh my.
And then 307, same thing?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to pause for a second so we can see that, which I think they deemed unrelated to the case, but still, damn, look at this area, look at this doll on the tree. Don't know what to say about that. But there it is.
308. Is that the doll?
Yes, it is.
And it looks, it might not be perfectly visible. It appears that there's a screw right in the middle of the forehead and then 2 of them on the eyes.
Yes.
And is that blood smear on the side of the tree as well, the red substance?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. So some person, and this is in the same park where you find human flesh, right?
Yes.
Move these exhibits 305 through 308 in evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection to the admissibility. However, the numbering of them, I think, is going to conflict with exhibits we've already numbered. But we can address that later.
Okay.
That's my only.
I will receive them, and actually, I think we're going to renumber them right now.
Okay.
And we're going to renumber them as 50.
Can we start at 600?
600?
Yes, please.
Let's go to 800 to be on the safe side. So we'll do it as 801, 802, 803, and 804.
And then, Judge, while Attorney Finling is marking those, is it okay if I proceed?
Please.
So Detective, then, you had these photos taken because obviously that's not a typical thing to see in general, right?
Yes, when I did my initial walkthrough and began to photograph and collect evidence, at that point, early on in the investigation, we don't know what's relevant and we don't know what's not relevant. I was informed that homeless encampments near train tracks often place these dolls as a kind of a protection symbol.
Interesting. So the homeless encampment you're talking about right below, essentially right below that crime scene, right?
It would have been near. It was further down.
Yeah.
South.
Further south of if you were to go down on the train tracks, then a little bit south of that, right?
Yes.
So you attributed that to potentially the homeless encampment, but you actually, you went to the homeless encampment and talked to people, right?
Yes, I did.
You never asked anybody about that doll, did you?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
No,
No, it's actually a question, so it wouldn't call for hearsay, and you can answer it if you're able.
I did not know.
Okay, so the body part, the tissue samples, the body parts that were located, obviously those were kept as evidence and sent to the lab, right? The crime lab?
Yes,
For further testing.
correct.
Similar to how, did you ever direct any of those items to be tested for DNA?
I did not send any of the items to the crime lab.
That would be some other person to ask about that, right?
Yes.
Okay, those are all my questions.
State?
Just to clarify, Detective, it's not just that the disposal of those body parts wasn't captured on video, it's that there was no video of that playground. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct.
Nothing else?
Defense?
No.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
State calls Detective Jose Flores.
Now that attorney we can hear at all times, right? USMC Mom 2016 says, was bail offered when he was arrested? He still is on a $5 million bail, but his dad did not bail him out. Even though I think it's his dad that paid for his attorneys. He's got private attorneys and pretty good ones. So yeah, but he's in jail. Okay. Thank you so much all for being here. Please like and share. Not because you like the topic. Maybe you like watching trials with me, or maybe you just want others to learn about this case. And when you like it, it sends it into the YouTube algorithm, and then they will be able to see. Oh, they're live right now with the trial. Let's see. Thank you, Stefan. Detective Jose Flores. Okay, nice. Let's go for it.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Joscflores. Jose Flores.
How are you employed?
As a detective for the city of Milwaukee.
How long have you been with the department?
Since December of 2015.
How long have you been a detective?
A little over 4 years.
Prior to that, what was your rank?
Police officer.
Where are you currently assigned?
The homicide division.
And how long have you been assigned to the homicide division?
Since September of 2021.
So you were working in that capacity on April 6th, 2024?
Yes.
Did you participate in the search of a playground located at 31st and Galena in the city of Milwaukee?
Yes.
Can you describe what your role was that day?
I worked the late shift, so 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. We were instructed to meet our early shift who had discovered some human remains. We were instructed by Sergeant Nathan Butts, B-U-T-Z, to conduct a search of the immediate area east of the playground and south of Galena, or 31st.
Was Detective Casey Donahue one of the detectives that you joined out there?
Yes.
And were you working with a partner that night into morning?
Several detectives and officers.
When you got there, was it dark out?
It was.
Can you describe what your search entailed?
We were instructed to conduct a grid search through the wooded area east of the playground, and then along the train tracks southwest about a half mile, and it's approximately 2.3 acres of terrain.
What's a grid search?
Just section by section, trying our best to locate evidence.
So does that entail multiple detectives or police officers working together?
Yes.
Is that a more thorough type of search?
Yes.
Okay, can you actually give us a little bit of detail on what you do?
As a detective, or to locate evidence, what we do, honestly, I work at night, so we bring out big flashlights, handheld flashlights, and honestly, we just get online together and look down, look up, and foot by foot try to search the best we can for any potential evidence related to the incident.
And what was your knowledge of what had been found as you came on shift and came to that playground to conduct your search?
We were briefed that there was some human remains located.
Are you familiar with that park?
Yes.
Can you describe how you get down to the railroad tracks?
The terrain was a little difficult to traverse. There's a large hill. It was quite muddy and it was pretty steep. And we went down that hill to go to the train tracks through a wooded area.
Is that the first area that you searched, the railroad track area?
Yes.
Showing you exhibits 147 through 154. If you can briefly look at those and let me know if you recognize what those depict.
It's going to be the area east of the playground, the railroad tracks, and the wooded area.
And those are areas you searched?
Yes.
Before we get to these photos, I just want to draw your attention to exhibit 191, which is up here. Are you able to see that from where you're sitting? Or?
I am.
Okay. And actually, I will have you step down if you can to just identify where you started and where you ended in terms of your search.
We were briefed in the park area, and then we proceeded down through this wooded area, down that hill, and then onto the train tracks. And then our search consisted southwest all the way down to, I believe, the 35th Street Bridge.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. Showing you exhibit 147. What is that?
That's the area just east of the playground.
Okay, so kind of at the beginning of
Yes.
that trail that descends down.
Correct.
Exhibit 148.
That's the trail that descends down onto the tracks.
You can see the train tracks in that picture.
Yes.
Exhibit 149.
Just on the train tracks, the dense grassy area.
What street is this up here?
That should be Galena, or 31st, sorry.
Okay. Exhibit number 50.
It's just another view of the way down to the tracks.
Looking back up at the playground.
Correct. an additional view.
So this is apparently Sade's sister, and then her mom is right here next to her. Shame.
This bridge depicted in 151 and 149, could that be the Walnut Bridge?
Yes.
Okay, you
Apologies.
previously said it was the 31st and Walnut intersect, though, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit 152, what is that?
That is just another view of coming down to the train tracks.
Exhibit 153,
A different view, same area,
Exhibit 154,
the same area.
and you can see that there's a lot of debris or trash that's been disposed of. Did you look through all of those areas?
To the best of our ability. I remember that night, it was approximately 32 degrees. It was wet. A lot of the terrain was wet, icy, and as we work at night, it was a little difficult to navigate through all that terrain.
Okay, talk about your search of the train tracks, please.
After we proceeded down to the train tracks, we essentially, all the officers and detectives I was with, we got online together and we used our flashlights and we just walked slowly, as slow as we can, trying to identify any potential evidence related to this incident. We walked all the way southwest to the 35th Street Bridge and then turned around and proceeded back the way we came.
What, if anything, did you locate?
We eventually located skeletal remains.
Where?
On the train tracks near where we first started.
Showing you exhibits 155 through 160, can you identify what those are if you know?
Thank you so much, Scott. You said this coverage has been amazing. Thanks, G and Mods. It's because of you all that you make it amazing. Thank you so much for being here. It's so great to watch a trial with you, and I really hope that there will be justice for Sade, and especially for her family, who are sitting there in the courtroom through all of this. I can't believe it. Oh my word.
It's the skeletal remains that we located along with the crime scene evidence marker.
Permission, sorry, I'm moving actually exhibits 147 through 154 in, and then I move exhibits 155 through 160 in with permission to publish these.
Any objection?
No.
147 to 160 they are admitted and you may publish.
Okay, what are we looking at here?
That is the skeletal remains along with the crime scene evidence marker.
156.
Just a closer view of the skeletal remains.
Does this appear to be both bone and flesh?
Yes.
What is this?
That's just depicting the train tracks in which the evidence was located, along with the marker. And then this, the same view without the evidence marker.
That's 158.
Correct.
159.
And that's just going to be the picture showing the general area in which it was located.
Okay, which direction are the train tracks from there?
They would be west.
And 160?
That would be the entrance down to the train tracks again.
How far from that path, that entrance, was the bone found?
Not very far. The pictures try to show a reflection of the scene, but it was not very far.
Approximately how large was the bone?
I don't recall the approximate, but it was large enough for us to take note.
What did you do with that?
After discovering the skeletal remains, we contacted the medical examiner's office. A forensic investigator from the medical examiner's office responded, Lindsay Doome, D-O-O-M-E. And at that point, they began to conduct their investigation. Forensic investigator Doome determined that it was bone, and then they then document it, recover it for it to be assessed by an expert from the medical examiner's office.
They determined it to be a human bone, correct?
Correct.
Approximately what time was that located?
I believe 5:42 a.m.
And did that bone get assigned the same medical case exam number that the other items that were recovered in this playground got? Or did it get a different number?
I believe at the time I got a different number.
Okay, was that number 242403?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Cross?
Thank you. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So you would testify that you're a homicide detective?
Yes.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
Since September of 2021.
And one of your roles in this investigation was to search this Galena Street playground area, correct?
Yes.
And you had said that you arrived around, you said your shift was from 12 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
Correct.
And so I assume you arrived at like midnight?
Approximately.
And by the time you arrived, there were already detectives on scene, correct?
Yes.
How many, do you remember?
I don't recall the members of the early shift, though.
Okay. And this is 12 a.m. on what day, April 5th?
It would be the next morning after they initially responded.
Okay, so yeah, they responded April 4th, late at night, and then, so this is April 5th.
Correct.
And you were you joined by Detective Donahue, or was he already there?
He would have already been there.
So detectives had already been around, and they briefed you and said, we'd found some human remains in this area, and so one of your roles was to kind of search this entire area.
Yes.
And you had explained that you did a grid search.
To the best of our ability, yes, sir.
And I'm trying to like kind of picture this. It's like a bunch of detectives or law enforcement in a giant line walking in unison, correct?
Yes.
And because and you start this search, it's probably still dark out, right?
It was.
And so you're using flashlights to, flash on the ground and flash, up into trees maybe.
Correct.
Because, I mean, you can't see things with the naked eye, so you got to use a flashlight.
It's definitely harder, sir.
And all of these detectives are on foot, right?
Yes, sir.
And because you'd been briefed before you got there, so you knew what you were looking for, probably human remains or bones, right?
Any potential evidence?
And so you're aware that, were you aware that they had found like very small pieces of human remains before you arrived?
Yes.
So you knew you had to be looking for maybe small pieces of human remains, maybe larger. The sizes could vary.
Any potential evidence, sir?
And this search went on for hours, right?
Yes, sir.
Because we see these photos and it looks like the sun is, I don't know if it's up or not, but you can see that it's light out.
Yes.
So probably, can you approximate how many hours you spent searching?
We were briefed somewhere around midnight, and I believe this was 5:40 in the morning, so several hours, 6 hours.
And we saw pictures of, it looks like there's a trail that goes from this park, this playground park, the wooded area, to the train tracks, correct?
Yes.
And we saw, it doesn't look like it's an established path from like the park system. It looks like it might just be human-made of people walking up and down.
It was a path, yeah. I don't know if it was established or not, but it
Yeah,
was a
I
path.
understand you're probably not part of the Park Service that makes
Correct.
these. Okay. And you testified that the terrain that you were searching through was, I think you said, difficult to navigate, right?
Yes,
And is that just because it's like this wooded area is just full of logs and leaves and trash?
well, the train track, again, we were all online, so the train tracks was less hard to navigate. As you get closer to the wall, yes, it would have been a little harder due to the field was wet, and it was cold.
And it's probably even more difficult because you're not really familiar with this park. It's not like you on a Tuesday afternoon, you're going walking in this park.
Can you repeat that question, sir?
Well, I can rephrase that actually. The area you're searching is difficult to navigate because you're not really familiar with that area. You don't commonly walk in that area.
I would more sort of say the weather conditions, the field, and like I said, the train tracks weren't necessarily, and then again, we're doing this at nighttime, so that also was difficult for us.
So the most difficult part to navigate is when you're in the wooded area, right?
Yes,
Because you see the train tracks, it's a wide open space. It's very easy to walk that.
yes,
And during this, and you testified this was a very, as thorough search as you could, right?
correct.
And during your search, you located the bone, kind of almost rusting on the train track?
It was on the train tracks.
Did you locate any other human remains at that time?
Not at that time, sir.
Did you locate any other pieces of evidence of value that you ended up sending to the crime lab?
No, sir, not at that time.
You don't recall ever, locating a blanket during that search on April 5th, correct?
We did not, no.
And you didn't find a weapon of any sorts, correct?
No.
I have nothing further.
State?
You testified when we started talking on direct, you testified that your shift started on April 6th at midnight. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so when defense counsel said April 5th, and you answered a question about finding the bone on April 5th, can you just clarify what date you found it on?
apologies. We start at midnight. So whatever the shift prior, whenever they started, we come in the following morning. So apologies if I misspoke.
So which date was it?
It would have been the 6th.
Okay, so on April 5th is when detectives initially found pieces of flesh and the foot, and you then were called in to assist.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
State your next witness.
State calls Detective Cassandra Lindert.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Cassandra Lindert, Cassandra Lindert.
How are you employed?
As a sergeant for the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the department?
Total about 11 and a half years.
What's your current assignment?
Currently, I'm assigned as a sergeant to District 6 early shift.
Prior to becoming sergeant, what was your capacity with the department?
I was a detective assigned to the homicide division.
How long were you a homicide unit detective?
Approximately 2.5 years.
Were you working in that capacity in April of 2024?
I was.
Specifically April 6th, 2024?
I was.
On that date, did you participate in a search of the playground at 31st and Galena?
I did.
Can you describe what you did there?
On April 6th, I was dispatched to 31st and Galena to the park. I was informed that family and friends of Sade Robinson had responded to the park because they had saw a news article the night prior that police were at the park and were searching it for evidence.
And I should clarify, you actually were there on April 5th as well, correct?
I was.
So why don't you describe when your shift started on April 5th and describe what you did once you got to the park?
On April 5th, my shift would have been 4 p.m. to midnight. I was involved with a team of other homicide detectives. We went to the park due to some video that was retrieved, and we began searching the park. During that search, it was nighttime, and I located a piece of flesh and a left foot.
And was Detective Casey Donahue part of that search as well?
He was.
And was he with you, or did he come after when you located that?
He was with me.
Then what happened?
The search continued on the 5th. My shift would have been over that night, and then I returned to work on the 6th, 4 p.m. to midnight.
Were you searching that playground in conjunction with a specific reported missing person?
Yes.
Who was that?
Sade Robinson.
As it relates to the foot and the piece of human flesh that you located, the medical examiner was summoned to collect those items?
Yes.
Why don't you describe your work on April 6th then in that area when you returned?
So like I was saying, April 6th, I was sent to the park because family members had called our dispatch center saying that they went to the park after seeing the police there the night prior in a news article that were searching for evidence. Specifically on the 6th, the family stated that they had found a blanket that belonged to Sade Robinson.
Describe what happened when you arrived.
When I arrived at the park on 31st and Galena, I briefly met with some of Sade's family and friends that were there. They explained to me that they basically conducted their own search of the park after seeing the news article, and that they had located a pink blanket that belonged to Sade.
Approximately what time was this?
It was approximately 5:10 p.m.
Where did you meet the friends?
Just in the general area of, like, inside the small park on 31st and Galena.
Then what happened?
After they briefed with me, they took me to the area where they located the pink blanket and showed it to me, and I viewed that myself.
Was there one particular person in particular who you were speaking to?
Yes.
What was that person's name?
I believe her first name was Angela.
Did you document this conversation and contact in a report?
Correct.
Would it help you to review your report?
Yes.
Up with the name? Why don't you take a look at this and let me know if it's helped?
I'm done.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do you remember the name now?
Yes, it was Kiana Moore.
Okay, where did Ms. Moore take you to show you the blanket?
She took me to the wooded area, and the blanket was located kind of centrally north and south in the park.
If I showed you a map of the park, would you be able to give us a general idea of where the blanket was found?
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously received as exhibit number 191. Do you recognize that?
I do.
That's the 31st and Galena Park and surrounding area?
Correct.
Can you point on there where the blanket was found?
Yes. I would say it was approximately in here.
So south of where you...
Sorry, I just want to, Nikki said her sweet dog's memorial blanket. How horrible. I had also read that before. I just couldn't remember the source now, but I do have the picture of the blanket, which I was just showing you a moment ago. This. So it says, "Rest in peace, my baby," which I think, as Nikki said, is her sweet dog's memorial blanket. Can you imagine when her family went out there to the area, like, oh, the police are searching that area, and they go out there and they find her blanket? Oh my goodness. Okay, so let me just quickly move this so that we can see. Here we go.
You located the foot?
Correct.
Is that an area that had previously been searched to your knowledge?
Yes.
Can you describe that area in terms of what all is there?
So that area in particular is the wooded area that runs north and south in the park on the east side. It's pretty densely wooded. It's not a very well-kept park, so there's a lot of overbrush and like garbage, I guess, and just random stuff that's in the weeds and the grass of the park.
Can you describe what you found when you arrived?
So when I arrived and viewed the blanket, it was kind of just balled up on the ground. It was wet from being on the ground for the night and also kind of dirty with just dirt and leaves and stuff that were attached to it.
What did you do then?
Okay, just in case anyone's mind wanders now and thinks, wait, they found the remains of a dog in burlap in the area where they also found human remains. No. That's not Sade's dog. Sade's dog had died before, and she had made that special blanket, this one, for her dog, or in honor of her dog, right? So this was a blanket. You can see again, it's pink. She loved the color pink. That's why we share pink hearts and pink flowers as well in the chat. And her family's had these events called like pink out events, where they decorate everything in pink, including they went to Maxwell Anderson's house and decorated the entire outside of that house in pink. I was typing in chat earlier that Maxwell Anderson's home was sold for $195,000 in May of 2024, and Sade's family sued Maxwell Anderson for Sade's wrongful death in June of 2024. So apparently there's two conflicting stories I've seen in the media. One being that Maxwell's dad owned the home and that he sold the home to two LLCs. And another story is that Maxwell owned the home, which I just think is a little bit unlikely, obviously, unless his dad gave it to him. You know what I mean? But that he owned the home and it was sold. So I think new people live there now. That's always interesting, right? Okay, so.
We opened the blanket and I could see that there was a photo printed on the blanket of the face of Sade Robinson, along with a small size like brown dog that her friends and family told me also belonged to her at one point.
That photo of Sade, was that readily apparent? If you had passed that blanket just walking, would the photograph have been readily apparent?
Once the blanket was opened, it would have been. The way the blanket was when I found it, you couldn't really see that the photo was printed on the front of it.
What else did you do?
Once we located the blanket, and I did confirm that the photo on the blanket appeared to be Sade Robinson, I requested officers secure the park again. So they used police tape to secure the perimeter of the park, and I requested that Sade's family and friends and other citizens that were in the park be moved to the outer perimeter so we could do another search of the park.
Then what happened?
Myself and some other officers began a search of the wooded area again inside the park.
Did you locate anything else?
So close to the blanket, I located a small piece of what appeared to be flesh. I also located a small piece of what appeared to be bone. The bone appeared to be somewhat fresh, as it was still like pink or red with a little bit of like flesh attached to it.
Anything else?
Yeah, so as the search continued, along the retaining wall that runs north-south in the park that separates the park from the train tracks, approximately 8 feet south of where I located the foot the night prior, I found a mound of debris that consisted of like leaves, sticks, and some smaller logs that appeared to have been intentionally kind of piled together. It seemed out of place. I began removing the top layer of the debris when I then could observe a larger portion of what appeared to be flesh that was a darker skin tone.
After finding these pieces of flesh and bone, did you, I know you've described a sequence in which you've searched. Was somebody there present recovering these items as you're searching?
Yes, so once we made the determination that we found the smaller chunk of flesh, the bone, and then the larger that was buried, we froze the scene, called for a forensic investigator along with the medical examiner, the Milwaukee County medical examiner.
The medical examiner's office recovered these items then?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 161 through 181 and ask you if you recognize them.
161 is a photo of the park after it had been taped off.
And you can just go through those and let me know if you recognize what each one is, and then we can go through individually what they are.
Yes, I do recognize.
Cara says the first pink out at his home was because the family was angry it was never searched or marked off as a crime scene, and Max's father had movers in his home the day after his arrest, removing things. Ooh, I remember that. Yes.
I recognize all of them.
I'd ask for exhibits 161 through 181 to be received and published.
Any objection?
No.
They're received, go ahead.
All right, before we do that, I just want to draw your attention back to exhibit number 191. Could you step down and point to where the items that you've just described were located?
Yes. So again, I would say the blanket was located approximately here. The smaller chunk of flesh and the bone that I located was very close to the blanket. And then the larger chunk of flesh that appeared to be covered by logs was along the retaining wall, which can't be seen, but it would have been south of the foot location.
You can have a seat. Showing you exhibit 161, just to get oriented, what are we looking at?
That is a view of the park taped off by police tape, and that's in particular the playground section.
Okay, what street is over here?
That would be 31st Street.
162, what are we looking at?
That is a photo of, I believe, myself and a couple other detectives beginning a search of the park.
Where is this relative to 161?
I believe that would have been south of a playground on the east side right before entering the wooded area.
163, what is that?
That is an overall of kind of walking into that particular section of the wooded area on the 6th where we located those items I spoke about.
Are you familiar with this building?
Not very.
Okay. Do you know what street that's on?
That should be south-facing Galena.
Showing you 164, what is that?
That is evidence marker 1, which is I placed next to the pink blanket.
Exhibit 165.
It's another view of evidence marker 1 and the pink blanket.
Do you recall if the blanket was wet or had it appeared to have been moved at all?
It was pretty saturated from being out on the ground. In the state we found it is how it was photographed.
Exhibit 166, what is that?
Evidence marker 3, which I would have placed next to, I believe, the smaller chunk of, smaller piece of flesh.
Exhibit number 167, what is that?
That's evidence marker 4, which I placed next to the pile of debris where the larger chunk of, the larger piece of flesh was located.
So here's 168. You can see exhibit markers 3 and 4, correct?
Correct.
Where are those relative to where the blanket was found?
I believe the blanket was slightly south of there.
Exhibit 169, what is that?
That's another view of the pink blanket looking south.
What about exhibit 170? What is that?
It's evidence marker 2 that I placed next to the small bone that I located.
I'm zooming in. There's a ruler there, correct?
Correct.
Approximately how big was that piece of bone?
I would say approximately 3 to 4 inches.
Exhibit number 171, what is that?
So this is a view of evidence marker 4, which was placed kind of on top of the pile of debris. This particular view is kind of looking from the top down.
And is that how you first observed this?
It is.
And are you the first one to locate this item?
Yes.
Law enforcement uncovered it?
Yes.
Did you uncover it?
Just briefly to see that there's something under there, and then we froze it for the medical examiner.
Exhibit 172, what is that?
That's another view from the top looking down of evidence marker 4. Now more of the debris has been uncovered.
And you described that as being what?
Well, at the time it was we couldn't tell for sure, but it was definitely a larger piece of flesh. It appeared to be a dark skin complexion.
Exhibit 173.
Evidence marker number 3 that I placed next to the smaller piece of flesh.
Exhibit 174.
This is a view again of evidence marker 4, now looking kind of at it towards the east.
Before it was uncovered?
Correct.
Exhibit 175.
Another view of evidence marker 4.
Exhibit 176.
A close-up view of evidence marker number 4.
Prior to the debris being moved?
Correct.
Exhibit 177.
That would be a close-up of evidence marker 2, which depicts the smaller piece of bone.
Exhibit 178.
So now this is where the medical examiner laid down a yellow tarp, and she placed evidence 2, which is the bone, on top of the tarp with the ruler next to it.
And you were present for that?
Yes.
Exhibit 179.
That's evidence marker 3, which is the small chunk of flesh that was located. Again, the medical examiner removed it from the wooded area and placed it on top of a yellow tarp.
Exhibit 180.
That's evidence marker number 4, which the medical examiner moved to the tarp and now revealed that it was a human leg, which appeared to be severed above the knee and at the ankle.
So that would be the calf portion of a leg.
Correct.
Exhibit 181.
It's a close-up of the human leg where it was severed at the ankle.
Did you make any observations of how that was severed?
Where it was severed at the ankle appeared to be pretty clean. I believe the medical examiner stated she believed the ankle was
Objection, hearsay.
Any exception?
I think I can ask a different question.
Okay.
Just your personal observations.
It appeared to be more cleanly cut at the ankle.
You contacted the medical examiner's office, and are you aware that this was given a medical examiner case number?
Yes,
And is that case number 242415?
I believe so.
The portion of the leg that was covered under, what kind of debris did you testify it was covered under?
A larger pile of leaves, some small sticks, and then some like larger logs.
You testified that it looked unnatural, or like an unnatural portion of the landscape, correct?
Correct.
Did it appear to you that it had been intentionally covered?
To me, yes.
The blanket, is that something that was recovered by law enforcement?
Yes.
And it was placed on inventory?
Yes.
What numbers? I'm going to have Detective Donner show you.
146.
That number fell off.
Yeah.
Going to have Detective Donner show you Exhibit 162. 46. Sorry, 46. I just wrote that and I couldn't remember it.
You want the scissors?
Do you know what that contains?
It should contain the blanket.
I'm going to have you open that and identify what's in it.
So this would be the pink blanket that I recovered from the park at 31st and Galena that shows Sade Robinson's face on it.
I'd ask that Exhibit 146 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Thank you.
I know I've said it many times, but I just can't imagine what her family's feeling sitting there, because they're there in the courtroom through all of this and seeing this blanket. It must just be so heartbreaking. And to think I mean, Sade was murdered and dismembered and her car destroyed and then her special blanket just like tossed in the woods like that. It's just really so callous. This crime is so terrible. If you are brand new to the case, just expand the description box and you'll see a case background write-up. If you have any questions, you can ask as well. I'm monitoring the chat and I'll do my best to answer any questions as well, if I know the answer, of course. And welcome and thank you for being here with us as we watch this trial together of Maxwell Anderson, who's 34 years old now. He would face a maximum of life imprisonment if found guilty on all these charges, which is first-degree murder, mutilating a corpse, hiding a corpse, and arson. So, and I still wonder about the investigation, if they will ever find that he was connected to any other cases, right?
I have nothing further.
Cross?
Yes, thank you. So I just want to start with kind of like the timeline of kind of some of the searches you did. You really participated in 2 searches of this Galena Street Park, correct?
Correct.
The first one was on April 5th, correct?
Yes.
And at what time of the day was that?
That was later at night. I believe we may have arrived at the park around 8:30 p.m.
Okay. And you're searching this park with other detectives, correct?
Correct.
And during that search on April 5th, that's where you locate, was it 2 pieces of human remains and then a human left foot, correct?
Correct.
And after that search, your shift ended, you went home, right?
Right.
And then the next day, you received a call from Sade Robinson's family or her friends about how they conducted their own search, correct?
I was dispatched to the assignment, correct?
Okay. But you're aware that there was a call to law enforcement that the family had done their own search in this park, correct?
Correct.
And they had conducted that search. Do you know whether police were present during that time or not?
I believe police were not present.
Okay, so after the search on April 5th, police leave, and then Sade Robinson's family comes in and does a search of their own, correct?
Correct.
And so when you arrived on scene, you're aware that the family had said they found a blanket, correct?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that the area where the blanket was found had been searched the prior day, correct?
Correct.
And this is multiple detectives and police officers walking through this wooded area, and no blanket was located on April 5th, correct?
At that time, correct.
And we saw a picture of the blanket. It's a distinct pink color. We saw how the position it was when you arrived, right?
Right.
It's pink. There looked like the underside was white, correct?
Correct.
And then about 8 or a couple feet from the blanket, you found more human remains, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't find those remains on April 5th. You found those on April 6th, correct?
Correct.
And so, just to be clear, April 5th, no blankets found. April 6th, the blanket is found, correct?
Correct.
And you're not aware of when that blanket was discarded in that park, correct?
I do not know.
You don't know if it was, it was sometime before April 6th, because that's when you found it, right?
Correct.
And are you aware that what day Max Anderson was arrested?
Not in particular.
Okay. And were you in charge of ever reviewing any surveillance? Was that a different person's job?
That was different detectives.
Okay. And just briefly here, you said that the human remains that you found looked like they were almost intentionally covered up.
Correct.
With leaves and dirt?
Yes.
And that's why, one of the photos you said that some of the debris had been removed and you were able to see a more clear view of what it was, right?
Correct.
And that, that blanket that you just opened, was that swabbed for DNA?
I believe it was sent to the crime lab.
And when you found it, did you do any like preliminary, like, I don't know, review of it? You found any hair or anything?
I just examined it myself. I did observe some red spots that appeared to be blood, but we don't conduct any tests ourselves at the detective level for that.
Yeah, but I mean, your main role is you find the blanket and you secure it and make sure you preserve any evidence that could be found on the blanket or near the blanket, right?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
State?
Based on your involvement in this search and your knowledge of that area, is it that do you know if that blanket had been there when you searched previously on April 5th?
Objection, speculation.
If you're able to answer it, you can answer it.
On April 5th, I actually do recall seeing the blanket. It was never opened up or looked at because the park is unfortunately extremely littered. There's miscellaneous garbage and clothing items and things like that in the park.
I have nothing further.
Defense?
Did you draft a report indicating that you saw this blanket when you initially searched on April 5th?
I did not.
Nothing further.
State?
Nothing.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
So it's 10:30. It's probably a perfect time to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and get right back at it. Please leave your notebooks on your seat.
Okay, so we're going to teleport in a moment. Ellie B from Tennessee said that has to be that. I don't know. I don't know, but I've seen people in chat speculating that the people sitting behind the defense table there would be his mom and dad, but I really have no idea, so I'm not gonna say that myself. Thank you, Stefan, already telling me the next witness name. Very nice. Okay, so let's take this off, and I'm gonna leave that up. I wanted to quickly tell you, I have got an article on my phone here. It needs a VPN to be able to read, because I'm sitting in Switzerland and I don't want to put a VPN on while I'm live streaming now, because that could affect our stream. So it says police, and this is from, thank you to the person who emailed me this. I get lots of emails throughout the trial day as well. Thank you to everyone. You guys have been deep diving Maxwell Anderson's Facebook page and the property and just everything, and I really appreciate all the information. So this one says the defense attorney for the man accused of killing Sade Robinson has received death threats in recent days, according to Waukesha police. So it's not just like a rumor. It's according to Waukesha police. Police confirmed that Anthony Cotton's Waukesha office received a call this week that was threatening in nature. Officers said the call threatened to kill members of Cotton's family if he did not drop the case. Holy crap. No arrests have been made according to the police, and the case is under investigation. The first week of testimony in Maxwell Anderson's trial in the death and dismemberment of Robinson is scheduled to finish, the first week scheduled to finish Friday afternoon. So, all right. Yeah, that's pretty hectic. That's not nice. Okay, so, I mean, defense attorneys, they're just doing their job, right? I couldn't want to write this down so I don't get the spelling wrong just now. Hey. Okay, there we go. So let's teleport forward now through this break. That's also why we start late, and we can do that when it's lunch break as well. See, they took longer than 10 minutes. You see that? Okay, wait. They're coming back.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a
Here we go.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective Justin Sokolowski, JUSTIN SOKOLOWSKI.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a homicide detective for the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the department?
Over 8 years.
How long have you been a detective?
Over 4 years now.
And how long have you been assigned to the homicide unit?
Over 3 years.
Were you working in that capacity on April 7th, 2024?
I was.
Were you dispatched to the area of 31st and Galena, specifically the playground that's located there?
Correct. Me and my partner were in the area doing follow-up at the time.
Who's your partner?
Detective Michael Driscoll, Michael Driscoll.
What did that follow-up consist of?
We were in the area conducting follow-up, looking for video. When we were flagged down by two individuals, indicated that they believed that there were human remains on the railroad tracks in the ravine.
Who were those individuals?
Kiana Moore and Arlinda Garza.
And were you able to identify how, whether they were related to Sade Robinson at all?
Correct. They indicated that they were friends of Sade
Objection,
Robinson.
hearsay.
Any response?
I can withdraw the question.
Okay, next question.
They flagged you down, and what did you do in response to that?
After we were flagged down by those two individuals, we began searching the area. The area is between West Galena and West Walnut in the 1600 block between North 31st Street and North 30th Street. There is a park there located at 1650 North 31st Street. That park was previously searched on the prior day, and we were pointed directly to the railroad tracks that were located in the ravine between North 31st and North 30th Street. I entered the park that was located at 1650 North 31st Street, and I went east through the ravine to the railroad tracks.
You referenced searches on prior dates.
Correct.
Did you participate in either of those searches, referencing April 5th and April 6th?
I did not personally know.
So is this the first time that you searched a part of that park?
Correct.
Continue to describe what you did.
So the park is on the edge of a railroad tracks. There's a very steep hill that leads down to the railroad tracks, which is where the two individuals indicated that they believed there was additional human remains. Upon going down that hill from the west to the east towards the railroad tracks run from the northeast to the southwest. And I observed what appeared to be a chunk of human bone just west of the railroad tracks and south of the gates that led us to the railroad tracks.
Was there other debris or trash in the area?
Correct. The area is very common to have illegal dumping, which there was multiple garbage bins, other animal debris and things along those nature in that area.
Based on your experience, what did the bone and ligament and tissue appear to be?
So the chunk of human bone that I observed appeared to be a ball joint, and I observed ligaments that were still attached to the ball joint, as well as tissue. What we did was we froze the scene and had the Milwaukee medical examiner come out to the scene and respond to examine the bone.
Did they recover those items?
They did.
Did they get assigned an ME case number 242430?
Yes, they did.
What else did you do?
From there, we conducted an additional search of the immediate area along the railroad tracks to both the northeast and the southwest, looking for additional evidence in the area. There were other animal bones recovered. I believe everything from a dog, deer, and cow were located along those railroad tracks, as well as a bunch of debris and illegal dumping.
No other human bones were found?
Not on that day, no.
Showing you what's been received as Exhibit 191, can you tell us what this is?
That is going to be a Google map overview of the park located at 1650 North 31st Street and the railroad track that I was describing that runs from the northeast to the southwest.
Can you describe on that map where you located the bone that you've just testified to?
I can. So the circle directly to the right of foot location, there's a circle. If you follow that line to the white box that says proximal bone location, that is the approximate location where I discovered the hip joint.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibits 182 through 189.
I don't object to these.
Thank you, then I'll receive them into evidence at this point.
Can you look at those and just let me know if you recognize what they are?
I recognize where this is.
What are those exhibits?
The photos start off with the bridge directly to the south of where I discovered the proximal bone, facing northbound to cover that railroad track area, and then a series of photos getting closer and closer and closer to the bone that was discovered.
Permission to publish these?
Go right ahead.
Let's start out with that bridge. Is that bridge also depicted on exhibit 191?
I believe if you move the photo up slightly, you should be able to see the bridge on West Walnut, which will be in the 3000 block of West Walnut.
Does that help?
I believe it's to the south. So you just barely catch the bridge there where you see Google. That is going to be the 3000 block.
Okay, I'm going to show you exhibit 182 here, and then I'm going to go back to 191, okay? Okay, 182. Your testimony is that this is this southern bridge.
I'm mistaken. That's actually going to be the West Walnut Street on the north side, facing to the south.
This one?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 183, what is that?
An additional view of the bridge facing to the south.
Are you sure that this isn't the park?
I believe that's going to be a view of the park from the south.
Exhibit 184.
That is going to be a view from the bridge facing down to the approximate location where the bone was recovered, and that's going to be the light that was set up due to it becoming dark at the time.
Exhibit 185.
Just a zoomed in version of that same photo.
Exhibit 186.
Another zoomed in photo of that same photo.
These photos are getting darker as we go in sequence here. What time were you flagged down approximately?
The initial time of being flagged down was about approximately 6 p.m. I would say by the time that it was discovered and that we had the crime scene investigator who takes our photos arrived on scene, it was probably about an hour to 2 hours later.
And what is this a photo of, exhibit 186?
That's just going to be the flashlight on the bone that was discovered, as well as you can see a yellow bag on the top right. That is going to be our evidence markers.
Exhibit 187.
Just a closer up photo of that same image.
Okay, and there's an evidence marker number 1 there.
Correct.
Showing you exhibit 188. What is that?
That is going to be a zoomed in photo of crime scene marker number 1 that we used, as well as a scale for reference due to size.
And what about?
So that's going to be even a further zoomed in version of the bone that was discovered, showing the ligaments and the tissue that was observed on that bone.
You testified at the beginning that you and Detective Driscoll were out canvassing the area for surveillance video.
I believe that was our initial intention to be in the area, yes.
Did you accomplish anything as it relates to that?
Unfortunately, that night we did not recover any video. We were occupied by the bone recovery.
Were you able to search for any surveillance video or not?
There was numerous attempts on multiple days to get video in the area.
You personally?
On a later date, yes.
Okay, but your assignment this night kind of shifted when you were flagged down?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Cross?
How many cases involving body parts would you say that MPD is involved in per year?
I would not have an exact quote on that number.
Is it something that you go years without even having to see that situation?
I would say no.
Meaning what? That you, in your 4 years as a detective, you saw something like this every year, or what?
I wouldn't say every year, but there are cases where human remains are discovered in the city of Milwaukee.
Is it important to be thorough?
Yes.
And isn't it true that MPD can preserve a crime scene if they wish to,
Yes,
with tape, right?
correct.
Or even just by, in the homicide unit, just by stationing officers there, right?
Correct.
And for this park at 31st and Galena, was that ever done?
I think in 2 separate occasions, yes.
On a couple of two different occasions?
Yes.
Meaning that, what were those occasions?
The day that we were flagged down, there was a pretty large crime scene set up to conduct a secondary search, and I believe a day prior it was done as well.
And it appears that as the days are going by, different things are being located. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Meaning that it wasn't thorough the first time?
The area is littered with extensive amounts of illegal dumping, trash bags that are mountains high, tire piles. It is a very common area for illegal dumping. So it is very hard in that area to do search everything.
So you wouldn't say that it was sloppy, you would just say it was difficult?
It was very difficult.
But you would agree that something like this ought to be given the highest degree of attention and care, right?
Yes.
In that once a crime scene is folded up, so to speak, or ended, then the public can have access to it, right?
Correct.
And that happened here in this case a few times, right?
Correct. Upon my arrival on the 7th, there was no crime scene established. It was reestablished once new evidence was located.
Thank you. That's all.
State?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Detective Michael Braunreiter.
Oh, he's writing a lot now. Look at him go. Dear Mom. Thank you, Stefan.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
He's writing a little note for his attorney there. Look what I wrote. Did you see that? Look at it. I wrote something. He's like, well done. 5 stars for you. This is the 31st witness. And when I say 31st, I also mean, you know, because some of the witnesses, like Detective Donahue, she's taken the stand 2 or 3 times, and one of the other detectives twice, but I counted each time. You know what I mean? So it's each time someone takes the stand. It's not definitely 31 different people, but this is the 31st witness. And the state has got 250 potential witnesses to call on. They said at least half are law enforcement. And they're also going to call people from the bar, from Twisted Fisherman, from Dukes on the Water. One of the Grizzlies that's been deep diving Maxwell Anderson's Facebook page said that it looks like he used to work not only at Twisted Fisherman, because we know he was getting his W-2 form there, but also at Dukes on Water. So he went to 2 places where he used to work, which would also be, as we speculated earlier, how it would be easier for him to be able to get drinks for Sade, who was 19 years old. Sure, so that's quite something as well. Okay, so let's hear it from Detective Michael Braunreiter.
First name Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L. Last name Braunreiter, B as in boy, R-A-U-N-R-E-I-T-E-R.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes, I am.
What unit are you assigned to?
The Homicide Division.
How long have you been a detective?
Since 2021.
Were you working as a detective with the Homicide Division back in early April of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you participate in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
Yes, I did.
Was one of the roles you played in this investigation to canvass the area near where Sade's car had been set on fire near 30th and Lisbon?
Yes, it was.
That video canvas entailed a large portion of parts of the north side of Milwaukee, correct?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 225. Is this a map of a part of the city and county of Milwaukee?
Yes, it is.
Move 225 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Received, go ahead.
.225 here, Detective. We're looking at a map that on the southern end of the map here, where my pen is, that would be West Clybourne Street, and in the corner here is part of Interstate 94, correct?
Yes,
All right. And there's a freeway exit there.
correct.
Where does that exit get off?
Gets off at like 26 in St. Paul.
All right. If you were getting off, coming from the east, you'd be getting off right there on 25th and Clybourne, is that right?
Yes,
Where my pen is pointed?
yes.
All right. Now, I'm going to direct your attention, well, can you point out for us sort of the general area where you were canvassing for video?
Yes. Do you mind if I stand?
Go ahead.
So the general area was 30th and Lisbon. So this is the intersection of 30th and Lisbon. The skeleton.
Can you pull the microphone by you?
The other one.
The other one.
The remains had been found in a park near 30th and Walnut, like 31st and Walnut. And the fire had been on the corner of 30th and Lisbon, just to the north and a little bit to the east in the alleyway. So my main focus was just in this general area, spanning from North Avenue south to Cherry, 27th to 35th.
That was your main focus originally, right?
Yes.
And eventually you searched other parts of this map for video that we'll get to later, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. The playground where the body parts were found, it's not marked by green on this map, but it's right here. Is that correct?
Yes, you can see the railroad tracks coming from the left side of the screen here, kind of in a it's half circle where they turn north and then they point due north or travel due north through Lisbon Avenue.
Were you able to find videos in the area of where Miss Robinson's car was burned that depicted her Honda Civic?
Yes, I was.
Driving.
Yes.
I'm going to show you on the screen now what I have marked as Exhibit 194. I'm going to go back to the map in a moment. I just want you to take a look at this quick. It's not on the screen there. Okay. You recognize this camera footage?
Yes, I do.
Is this camera footage from the address of 2001 North 30th Street?
Yes, it is.
And you recovered this footage yourself?
Yes, I did.
I moved 194 into evidence.
Any objection?
None.
It's received.
When we're looking at 225, we see, can you point out to 225 where this video footage is in relation to where her car was burned?
Yes, so 2001 North 30th Street is the corner of 30th and Brown. Particularly, that's the, it would be the northwest corner of the intersection of 30th and Brown. So we go up to 30th here. This is going to be West Brown. The camera, the store is at the intersection, like I said, the northwest corner. Specifically, that camera view is facing south towards Lisbon Avenue.
The one we just had on the screen?
Yes.
And then are we about to discuss another camera view from a different location?
Yes, we are.
Where is that in relation to this?
It's a liquor store. The address is 3013 West North Avenue. So that is the southwest corner of 30th and North Avenue. So you have that camera here, then you have the 30th and Brown camera. My left hand is pointing here, and then Lisbon Avenue is just down here where the fire was located, just north of Lisbon Avenue.
Thank you. You can have a seat, and then we're going to go back to the video now. The date and time stamp that's on this camera are up in the left-hand corner, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to determine whether or not that was accurate?
It was accurate.
I'm going to advance. The first clip I have up on the screen, Your Honor, it begins with the letter A and then 08, and it ends in the number 0618.mp4. And it's a 1 hour and 15-minute video. I'm going to advance it to 44 minutes and 21 seconds. You watched this video?
Yes, I did.
Extensively?
Yes.
All right. The closest I could get was 44:16, so we're just going to do that. The date and time stamp at this part of the video, it's 44:17. What is the date and time stamp?
April 2nd, 2024 at 6:50 and 36 seconds in the morning.
And are you aware that shortly after 6:50 a.m., Ms. Robinson's vehicle was picked up on camera on North 30th Street near Walnut and Lisbon?
Yes, it actually, if you follow the headlights, you can see it turns onto 30th Street from Lisbon Avenue. It continues northbound through the intersection here at West Brown, North 30th, and continues north.
It turns northbound from 30th and Walnut, correct?
Yes, sorry. If you zoom all the way in, you can actually follow the headlights. It comes from Walnut, comes through Lisbon Avenue, and continues northbound.
All right. I'm playing this from the 44-minute, 17-second mark to about 45:20. So we're going to see it coming from the south?
Yes, that's the top right corner.
Okay.
Where you can see headlights there. That's the intersection of West Lisbon Avenue and North 30th.
So this is just a continuation of where that vehicle is picked up at the liquor store down on 29th and Lisbon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What do you notice about the vehicle?
You can see the damage to the passenger side. The fog light is burnt out or broken.
Are the wipers going?
Yes.
And it just passed the camera going north?
Yes.
Okay, paused it at 45:21. Going to advance it to
Thank you, Donna.
48:12.
Yes, Julie said that's her car. That's Sade's car.
48:14. Playing from that time, 6:54:34 a.m. There it is again.
Yes, and sorry, the camera went out, but from that view, you can see the damage to the front passenger rear view mirror is broken, as well as some damage to the front passenger side bumper.
All right. I can't zoom in on this play.
Which would be from crashing into the gate at Warnimont Park, there by that pump house. For those of you who are following, if you've missed that, then I hope you'll check out day 1 and 2, and just check out the timestamps, which are in the pinned comments and the description box, or you can just hover over the video and you'll see key moments that I've timestamped for you in this trial so far. But that's why they're identifying the damage to the vehicle.
But are you able to see right? You're saying that this front passenger mirror appears to be dangling?
Yes.
Okay. And I have it paused at 48 minutes, 19 seconds, 6:54:38 a.m. What about the windows?
They're all fogged up.
Is that kind of something you noticed in other videos you watched as well?
Yes, it is.
Playing from that timestamp. Paused again because the TVs went out. Picking up there at 48:23, and it's off camera, correct?
Correct. It turned westbound on Brown.
Were you able to find a video down Brown Street that picked it up, or not, or was there not one?
No, I was unable to find any video west on Brown.
Going to advance this video to 5206. I'm going to play from 5203. It says 6:58:22 a.m. if we get it back.
Correct.
Okay.
Shame, this TV keeps going out. It's definitely Bill Gates.
All right, playing again at 6:58:28. And now what's the vehicle doing?
It came from the west on Brown Street. It's going to turn northbound on North 30th Street, where it's captured on video at 3013 West North Avenue.
The video we'll watch next, correct?
Correct.
All right. Last part of this clip, I'm going to advance it to 5403. Now we're at basically 7 a.m. on the dot.
Yes.
7 a.m. and 22 seconds, playing from there.
Again, that's the vehicle. You can see the passenger side mirror, the damage to it.
Dangling down?
Yes.
All right. And what does the vehicle do?
It continues southbound towards Lisbon Avenue, and you can, if you zoom in, you can see that it actually turns westbound on Lisbon Avenue.
Paused it again. All right. So it's way up here in the corner going towards Lisbon, correct?
Correct.
All right. And before Lisbon Avenue, which is difficult, almost impossible to see, the car would be able to turn into the alley where it was eventually set on fire, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to bring up the next clip. It starts with A08 and ends in 2150. Sorry. Got to get the right player up. All right. So we're at I'm going to go to 1 minute, 20 seconds. All right. Very, very faintly up in the corner, are you going to be able to see that car turn off of Lisbon and go into that alley?
Yes.
All right, but it's really faint, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to play from 120 to 149. All right. There it is, and it's making the turn now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've reviewed that video footage from the liquor store before?
Yes, I have.
This is the time that you see behind the liquor store, the car in the L-shaped alley?
Yes.
All right. And then lastly, I'm just going to go ahead. I'll cue it up so when the TV comes back, it can be ready. 13 minutes, 52 seconds, roughly. 7:35 a.m. You can start to see faintly in the upper right corner the siren, or the fire trucks coming northbound on 30th.
Correct.
Okay. Paused at 14:08. So just to, well, never mind. I'm going to move on to the next video before I do that. The next is going to be Exhibit 195.
Shame it's like the TV has like a standby mode that it goes into. Copper Horse said law enforcement, police and detectives did an outstanding job in this case, solving it and now presenting their evidence. I agree. I think so too. Let me know what you think as well.
What are we looking at, Detective?
This is the video from 3013 West North Avenue.
Move 195 in.
No objection.
It's received.
All right, I'm going to go up to 6. Well, was the date and time accurate on this one?
Yes, it was.
Very hard to see, but I'll bring it up in a minute. Make it bigger. Okay, so what date and time do we have?
April 2nd, 2024 at 6:52 and 42 seconds a.m.
And this is 30th Street right here, correct?
Yes,
And then this would be North Avenue going east if you were going that way.
correct.
And this just picks up where kind of that last camera left off?
Yes.
What are we going to watch the Honda Civic do here?
So after the Honda Civic goes out of view traveling northbound on North 30th Street, it reaches this, I guess, the entranceway to the parking lot of the liquor store. It's going to turn into the parking lot and kind of back out and then go back southbound on 30th Street.
Playing at 6:52:43. So it gets to North Avenue, then it decides to turn back south.
Correct.
And that's where we pick it up again on that other video?
Yes, at 2001 North 30th.
Okay. Let me advance this to 6:59:07.
Zarp said, the one officer said that she smelled gasoline. Did he stop off at a gas station or did he already have a container? Apparently he had containers, like gasoline containers at his house. We still are going to hear in this trial what they found at the home, but it apparently included tarps, saws, knives, you know, gasoline containers, and woman's clothing, another woman's ID card. I have no idea if that woman is missing or not, or what. They haven't actually said. But it's going to be interesting to hear more about what they found in the home once we get to that part of the trial, of course. Which I don't know if
Or
that's
as
today.
close as I can get. And this is that second pass as it's going up 30th Street between Brown and North?
Yes.
Makes another turn. Off camera by what time?
6:59 and 29 seconds.
Thank you. So, Detective, in sum, from those two videos, you see the Honda coming northbound on 30th, and it essentially gets to North Avenue on two different occasions and decides to double back, seemingly circling the area near 30th between North Avenue and Lisbon Avenue.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Cross.
Did you ever see in any of these video who's driving that car?
No, you cannot.
And you've attempted to zoom in and examine that closely?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's all.
Nothing else.
Anything, State?
No.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will recall this witness at a later time. The next witness is Detective Thaddeus Schimmels.
Let me quickly. DVJ Cold World Podcast is here and local. And you had told us that you live in the building where Sade stayed. And so I think you said it was your girlfriend that's going to send me a picture yesterday, and she did, which is of this beautiful memorial for Sade at that pizza shuttle where she worked. Isn't it just so stunning? And people are leaving pink items there. Look at all the pink flowers and teddies and everything in honor of Sade. So thank you again so much for this picture. Yesterday I was able to show it quickly, but let me just zoom in and show it to all of you. It's so, so beautiful. Whoever made this did such a great job, right? Okay, so LEB says, Detective Shimmy, love these names. There's a lot of cool names in this trial, definitely. So we are sharing pink hearts and pink flowers, anything pink in the chat in honor of Sade Robinson. Also to show her family that we've got their back. I cannot imagine what they're going through. So again, thank you, DVJ Cold World Podcast, for this picture. I really appreciate it. It's nice to be able to show everyone.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Thaddeus Schimmels, Thaddeus. Schimmels is spelled Schimmels.
You a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes, I am.
Assigned to the homicide unit?
That's correct.
Were you working in that capacity in April of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you assist in the investigation into the missing person report related to Sade Robinson?
Yes, I did.
Was one of the roles of one of your roles in that investigation to canvass areas of the north side of Milwaukee for surveillance video footage?
That's correct.
Did you end up recovering multiple videos that depicted Miss Robinson's car driving in and around the area where it was ultimately burned at 7:30 a.m. on April 2nd?
That's correct.
All right. I got Exhibit 225 up on the screen. Tell us the areas that you searched for videos in.
The City of Milwaukee Police Department was looking at video in the area from North 27th Street to North 35th Street, from the area of West Valete Street to the area of West North Avenue. I ultimately obtained some video from the area of the 32 and 3300 block of West Valete in that area.
Did you also obtain video from a location on North 26th Street?
Correct.
What was that location?
The address was 833 North 26th Street. It was the child care center there.
Okay. That video depicted
the cameras. What? Oh, I'm sorry. The cameras on the building were facing North 27th Street and captured Ms. Robinson's vehicle traveling northbound on 27th Street at approximately 4:50 a.m.
All right, to orient us, we're kind of looking at the southern part of this map, right?
Correct.
So this is a little glimpse of I-94 here. There's an exit on 25th and Clybourne. Wisconsin Avenue is here, correct?
Correct.
Where is this children's center for the daycare?
be 26th Street here, and then just around Wells. 27, 26 and Wells.
Okay. So it captures 27th Street even though the daycare is on 26th.
That's correct. The entrance is on 26th Street, but there's cameras on 27th Street.
I'm going to pull up exhibit.
196.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. 196 on the screen here. Just take a moment, hopefully. What are we looking at?
This is a camera mounted to the west side of the building. It is facing westbound. The street in front of the street that's in the camera view would be North 27th Street.
Okay. It's on the west side. It's facing west?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So where's the freeway? Off to the left side or to the right side?
It would be to the left.
And what are we going to see?
What we're going to see is Miss Robinson's dark blue Honda Civic traveling northbound, which would be from left to right through the camera view.
The date and time stamp, it says April 2, 2024, 4:50 a.m. Was this determined to be accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to play clip, the first of two clips. Is that it?
Yes, it is.
All right. Are you able to tell anything about the windows?
Yes, the windows are steamed or fogged up. They're all of them are cloudy. I can also tell that the passenger side rearview mirror is not mounted fully. It's hanging on the side.
Was that something that you were specifically looking for in videos? I mean, was that something you had known prior to your video canvas?
It was developed during the video canvas, but yes, we became aware that there's those distinctions noticed about the vehicle.
Playing it again. And I'm pausing that video clip at 35 seconds. Timestamp is 4:50:36 a.m. and I'm going to play the second clip. So this clip just picks up where the last one left off?
Correct.
All right, it's 12 seconds long. And that's the vehicle going through?
That's correct.
All right. Are you able to see on this video too whether or not the windows appear to be foggy?
Yes, they are.
One more time.
That's a fun angle. Could we maybe see the surveillance though?
Did you recover video from 3220 West Fleet Street?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to pull up here Exhibit 199. Judge, if I called the 833 North 26th Street Exhibit 196, I was wrong. It is it's marked as Exhibit 202. The sticker says 202. That was my mistake.
It might have been mine as well. Okay, so the last video was 202.
Yes.
Got it. And this one's 199?
This one is 199. What is 3220 West Fleet Street?
The location is a Community Care Incorporated.
And its video cameras face where?
They have a number of video cameras at this location. We obtained multiple exterior cameras that were both along the south side of the location, which is West Fleet Street. And there were some other cameras that were obtained that were captured West Cherry Street to the north of the property.
What camera angles were of note or of relevance to this?
The two camera angles that were on the south side location along West Fleet Street.
I'm going to pull up 199. It's going to be camera number 2, the clip ending in the numbers 44000. All right, orient us if you can. Do you want the map? Well, why don't you describe it first, then we'll go to the map.
Again, the building itself is a larger building. This would be located, the camera's on the south side of the building. It's both marked and it's facing in a southwestern direction. The camera itself is specifically titled Volite Southwest. What you see is the sidewalk in front of the building in West Volite Street facing in a western direction. The set of green lights right there would be 33rd Street, and then in the distance you can see red lights of 35th Street.
So this camera is facing southwest, and then there's going to be another camera watching that's facing southeast, right?
Yes.
All right. And the date and timestamp on this one?
It was 1 minute slow to the actual time.
I'd move 199 in.
Any objection?
No.
199 is received.
Now, we had just watched the vehicle coming up 27th Street in this direction, correct?
Correct.
All right, and Volite Street is right here then, correct?
Correct.
So what we're about to see is the car passing by Volite Street minutes after we just saw it on video going north on 27th away from Interstate 94?
Correct.
Okay.
There's attorney giving him the
I'm
side
going
eye.
to advance this to 16 minutes and 49 seconds. The time up on the top here says 4:56:49, but that's probably more 4:57:49, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Playing from there. And there's the car?
Correct.
So it went through 33rd Street then?
Yes.
Up to 35th?
Correct.
Okay. Is that a red light?
That is correct.
What's it going to do?
Once the red light changes in the distance on North 35th Street, it's going to make a left turn to travel southbound on North 35th Street.
All right, there it goes, correct?
Sorry to pause it there. I was asking Stefan, and I'm asking all of you, did the attorney, Jason Findler, right, is his surname, did he yawn, and did it cause Max to yawn? Or did Max yawn and then did it cause the attorney? The reason I ask is because one of Scott Rouse's videos, he's from the behavior panel, he said a great way to see if somebody, and I don't want to take this out of context, it's just part of all the videos I've watched and learned, right? He said if you're yawning and somebody else doesn't get influenced by that at all, it could be a sign, like in Maxie's speculative situation, that he could be a psychopath. So that's why I'm asking, like, so did the attorney yawn, and then did Maxie follow? Because he definitely yawned, and he looks like he needs a good nap. It's almost nap time for Maxie there.
Correct.
Paused it at 1821. And Detective, just in your experience from driving these areas, is that the approximate time it would take to get from that children's center camera to here?
Yes.
Okay. Going to advance the video to 3320.
Sure, but he was driving her car all night. You know? From after...
Playing from there, this would be roughly 5:14:20 a.m.
I mean, all these times now, this is 5:14, the other ones we saw were around 7:30. But they left his house, or I don't know where Sade was murdered, but a car left his house just before 1 in the morning. I think it was 26 minutes to 1 or something. So imagine driving around all night. Of course, the state would allege that he was busy, you know, scattering body parts all over the place. But still, like, my goodness, all the surveillance, can you imagine how much they would have had to go through to get all of this? Shauna, thank you so much for being a member for 29 months.
That's correct.
And what are we going to see off in the distance there?
The vehicle, I believe it goes, is going to travel.
Turn south there?
Yes, it was traveling eastbound on West Fleet Street, and then it turned south on North 33rd Street.
There's another camera we're going to watch that's going to show that same turn from that intersection, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Going up to 35:15. 5:16:12 a.m.
Correct.
There it is again, right?
That is correct.
Do you know where it came from that time, based on your knowledge of the other facing camera?
Yes, it was actually traveling northbound on North 32nd Street, had turned left to travel westbound on West Fleet Street, and is going to, again, turn onto southbound on North 35th Street.
So this is its second southbound turn from Valete onto North 35th Street in like the past 15 to 20 minutes.
Correct.
The exact same route it just did.
Correct.
And there it goes.
I don't know why we can't see it. Zoom in for us there, right? Camera person Scott63 said, did Max have his own car too? Yes, because they arrested him on April 4th at a traffic stop when he was in his own car. Oh, there, he's yawning some more there.
I'm going to go up to 38:30. All right, now the TV's back. We're up to 5:19:28 a.m., Detective?
Actual time, yes. Time stamp
Okay,
of
actual time.
5:18.
Okay. Play a brief clip from here. Paused it. Picking it up. All right, there it is again.
Correct.
This time it's going to turn where?
It's going to turn southbound again on 33rd Street.
So the last two times it did this westbound path down Valete, turning on 35th. This time it's turning on 33rd.
Correct.
paused it at 39:04. This would be roughly 5:20 a.m., correct?
Correct.
I'm going to switch over to channel 4, or camera 4, clip ending in 4400. All right. Let me advance it to 1632. All right, it's at 1638. Up in the left here, we've got April 2nd. This is going back to that first clip we watched where it's coming westbound on Vliet, but we're just looking at the different angle, right?
That is correct.
And those set of lights down there would be what lights?
That will be Ms. Robinson's vehicle traveling westbound on West Fleet from North 27th Street.
Sorry, I meant the traffic lights. What street
sorry.
would that be over there?
Lights in the distance would be North 27th Street.
So if the car had been going north on 27th Street like we saw in the Children's Center video, all it had to do is get up to Vliet and then make a left-hand turn.
Correct.
Is that what we're seeing here?
Yes, sir.
And then it just comes past on passing 32nd and Vliet.
I'm just going to object to leading questions at this point.
I'll rephrase them.
Go ahead.
I played it from about 1645. Is that the car?
Yes.
Are you able to tell anything about the windows as you watched this?
Yes, the windows appear fogged or steamed up. Again, the rear view mirror on the passenger side is hanging, and the front lower fog lamp is looks not like the other one.
Okay. Next clip is camera 4, ending in 5737. All right, same camera angle, just next clip, and I'm going to advance it to 20 minutes, 49 seconds. (20 minutes, 52).
Then the TV goes out. Shame.
Now you can barely see North 32nd Street there, correct?
That's correct. It's a T intersection there.
What are we going to see the car doing here?
So you're going to first see the street light up as though there's a vehicle there, the headlights of a vehicle that's stopped there. It's going to be stopped there for what appears to be an extended amount of time, just for the fact that there doesn't appear to be any other cross traffic. And then the vehicle come into the camera view just momentarily as it turns left to go westbound on West Fleet again.
So it stops right here a little off camera is what you're saying?
Yes.
And you're able to tell that how? Even though you can't see the car, how can you tell?
Again, the street will illuminate with headlights from the vehicle itself.
Playing at 2052. You see the lights?
Yes.
And are you able to see the windshield?
Yes, the windshield is fogged and cloudy.
And in this frame, are you able to see the front passenger rear view mirror?
Yes.
What does it look like to you?
It is angled downwards as though it's not fully mounted or damaged.
And that turn was made at around 5:19 a.m.?
That is correct.
Are we going to see the car do the same turn?
Yes.
You're going to advance it to 20 minutes. I think I did the wrong clip first. I'm actually going to go to 17:14. So that was at 5:19. We're going to back up to 17 minutes, 15 seconds. This would be roughly 5:15 a.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. Playing from there. What's the car doing?
Again, it's stopped. There is the vehicle that's traveling westbound And now there's no vehicles traveling east or west, but the vehicle is remaining there for some time before it makes its turn.
Can you see the windshield?
Yes.
What does it look like to you?
It's cloudy and fogged up.
And on the, where I have it paused here at 17 minutes, 41 seconds, can you see the front passenger rear view mirror?
Yes, it's angled downwards. It appears to be hanging.
Paused it at 17 minutes, 45 seconds. If I didn't move 199 in, I would do that.
You did 199, you didn't do 202.
Then I would move 202 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I would, I could go on to the next one, but if you wanted to break here, I'd leave it up to the court. We can keep going.
Maybe one more.
Okay, I
Then we'll break.
have actually a quick one. I'll do that. All right, did you get a ring video from an address on McKinley?
Yes.
What was the address?
The address was 3332 West McKinley.
I'm going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 200. This is a brief clip, right, Detective?
Correct.
Okay. While I pull that up, zoom in here. All right, so we just watched the video of the car going westbound on Fleet here, right?
Correct.
And then we watched it make some southbound turns on the 35th here, correct?
Correct.
And then we also watched it make one southbound turn on 33rd Street here, right?
Correct.
After it made one of those southbound turns on the 35th Street, is that shortly after it goes off camera there? Did you catch it on camera at this McKinley address?
Yes.
Can you, where is that address?
The address?
The address would be located right here. It would be 34th Street. And these, the east and west would be McKinley Avenue.
Is that a residential area?
Yes, it is.
Were there any cameras down McKinley that were able to help you?
No other ones that we were able to locate.
All right, so the street, McKinley here, this would then be 34th, right?
Correct.
34th runs into the train tracks, right?
Correct.
Dead end?
Yes, there is a way to get through by an alleyway that would be in between McKinley and Valip, but yes, essentially a dead end.
Okay, so we're about to watch video footage from here facing 34th?
Correct.
All right. Is this the video? Oh, sorry, I gotta hit the button.
Yes, that is the video.
Let me get the volume on here.
He's gonna sleep well tonight. Yeah, see, that's Bill Gates.
All right, I would move
I know
200
that
in.
sound.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Off to the left side of the screen would be McKinley.
Correct.
All right, and then to the right side is sort of where that train tracks meet 34th Street.
Correct.
Is this the car right here off to the left?
Yes.
And what time and date is this?
It is April 2nd, 2024 at 4:59 and 29 seconds.
Would this have corresponded with the timestamps from the other video when the car is seen turning off onto 35th Street?
Yes, it would.
Playing the 50-second clip. What'd you observe the car do?
The vehicle had traveled northbound on North 34th Street from McKinley, went to the dead end, conducted a turn to turn itself around, and then slowly traveled back southbound on North 34th Street back to McKinley.
What? I'm sorry, go ahead.
After it made its turn to turn itself around, it traveled southbound back to slowly traveled southbound on North 34th Street back to West McKinley Avenue.
At some point in this video, does it appear to you that a motion-activated light turns on?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna play it one more time. Right there?
Correct.
And as the car passed, were you able to see whether or not the windows appear fogged?
They do.
Okay, I think this is a perfect time to break. Again, the same admonitions, right? Don't do any investigation, don't do any research, don't do any blogging, texting, posting about our job here. Don't talk about it with each other. Wear your juror badges prominently. Go have a lovely lunch. Put this completely out of your mind, and we'll kick back up. Today, we can start back up at 1:30. So we'll open up the jury room about 1:15, 1:10-ish. Yeah. And then I need all of you back in order to go on the record right at 1:30. Okay? Thank you, everybody. Leave your notebooks on your chairs, please.
And now we're ready to teleport through this lunch. Are we ready? Here we go. Close your lunch boxes. Okay. Just hearing if the attorneys want anything to say. It doesn't look like it. Wow. They have long lunches. I'm telling you, that's why I start late. Sure. Here we go. Stefan, you are naughty. You said you may open your lunchbox quickly, Grizzly. Listen here. It's time to close those lunchboxes.
Going on the record, calling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF1692, same appearances.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a lovely lunch. We still have Detective Thaddeus Schimmels on the stand. We are still on direct examination. I have a new court reporter, so we're going to re-swear him at this point.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
My name is Thaddeus Schimmels, Thaddeus, last name Schimmels, Schimels.
Welcome back, Detective. When we left off this morning, we had finished with a video from the 3200 block of West Valete, as well as a video from the 3300 block north of McKinley. Is that right?
West McKinley, yes, sir.
It was McKinley, okay. And lastly, I got one more video to play with you. Did you obtain video from a gas station at 3308 West Valete Street that depicted Miss Robinson's Honda Civic?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury where that gas station is on the map?
Certainly.
For the record, I have Exhibit 225 up on the screen.
West Valete Street is here, and 33rd Street would be just kind of going through the JJ Fish and Chicken, the eye of the fish. It would be located on the northwest corner of 33rd and Valete.
The footage we're about to watch, we see some of these same movements in one of the previous vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which video?
The video from to the east of the location from the 3220 West Valete Street, the care center.
I have coming up on the screen here Exhibit 203. Is this the gas station video you recovered from 3308 West Valete Street?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is 201. I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong case. Okay, I'd move 201 in.
Any objection?
No.
201's received.
The video is date and time stamped, correct?
It is.
What is the date and time stamp?
The date and time stamp currently on the monitor is the year 2024, 0402, which would be April 2nd. The time is 3:57 and 08 seconds.
What can you tell us about the accuracy of that timestamp?
The timestamp is 1 hour and 1 minute slow from the actual time.
So what would be the real time where we have it here?
It would be at 4:58 a.m.
And what are we going to see?
What we're going to see in this video is the camera view. It's showing the front of the gas station, the pumps, and right behind that you can see going from the upper left to the right side of the screen would be West Valete, and then North 33rd Street would be going from the left side of the screen to the upper right.
Okay. Is the car going to drive by like we saw on the other camera?
That's correct. It'll be traveling westbound, going from left to right on Valete Street in a moment.
Playing at that time. Is that the car?
Yes, it is.
Paused at 4:50. It would be 3:57:17 on the screen. So that would be at 4:58 a.m.
Correct.
I'm going to advance the video to 4:13. Let me go back. Cue it up to 4:13:06, playing from there. You see the Honda?
Yes, I do.
And it's doing what? I paused it at 4:13:40.
At this time, it was traveling eastbound on West Valete Street and making a right-hand turn to travel southbound on North 33rd Street.
The real time of this would be what?
This would be 5:14 a.m.
Advancing the video to 4:15:31, but really that would be roughly 5:16, right?
Correct.
Playing from there. Is that the Honda again coming west?
Yes.
And lastly, picking up at 4:18:46 on the video screen, this would be 5:19, right?
Correct.
Playing from there. And what does it do?
The Miss Robinson's Honda was again traveling westbound on West Valete and now made a left-hand turn to travel southbound on North 33rd Street.
Paused it at 4:19:06, which would be 5:20 a.m. Detective, is that the last time Miss Robinson's Honda is on video up until 6:50 a.m.?
From my knowledge, yes.
I have nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Detective Rachel Smith.
Thank you, Stefan. Detective Rachel Smith. Let's add. You're gonna hear now. You're gonna hear me type. There we go.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
It's Rachel. Rachel, R-A-C-H-E-L, Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
You a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
I am.
How long have you worked for the Milwaukee Police Department?
I've been with the department for just over 8 years.
Did you assist in the investigation of the disappearance of Sade Robinson in early April of 2024?
I did, yes.
Was part of your assistance trying to recover video from various locations?
Yes.
Did you go, or excuse me, did you help with looking around the area of where Miss Robinson's car was burned for video of any kind?
No, I did not go in that area specifically. The video that I recovered from that area was received via email.
And what was that video from?
It was from a fellow police officer's house. She lives at the area, at the address of 3123/3125 West Walnut.
Can you tell us, for the record, that officer's name?
Yes, it is Police Officer Shalonda, Shelondia, Tarver, Tarver.
Can you point out on the map I have on the screen, which is Exhibit 190, where the house would be?
Sure.
It's
going to be right in this area right here. It's going to be, I believe, this house.
Okay, and for the record, the witness is pointing to a house about 2 houses in from North 32nd Street at Walnut. Were you aware that through your department's investigation and the sheriff's office investigation that there had been video of a subject walking away from the area where her car was burned?
Yes.
Is that why this location on Walnut was of interest to you?
Yes.
What were you aware of that made that of interest specifically?
Sure, I was aware that the person left the area where the vehicle was burned on Lisbon and traveled in that direction on foot.
Consistent with where this Sharpie line is kind of drawn there?
That is correct.
All right, so that individual, and I'm going to put up Exhibits 447 here, which has already been admitted, as well as 448. Are you familiar with these images?
I am, yes.
What do they show?
Sure, they depict a subject walking. They're wearing all dark clothing with a tan backpack and shoes that have like a white pattern on the bottom.
Did you?
And you can kind of see his side profile. Look at that chin here. that looks like Maxwell. That looks like Maxwell Anderson, right? He's the defendant in this case, 34 years old.
Get video, and that subject would be walking in this area here, right?
Yes.
Okay, and he's heading west?
That is correct.
Do you pick up on the video from Officer Tarver's house, that subject continuing to head west?
Yes.
So, are any stops made, or that subject just continues walking west?
Just continues walking west.
Okay. I've got Exhibit 197 in my computer here. Can you tell us about what these clips are in terms of the video quality and how you received them?
Sure. So unfortunately, Officer Tarver was having difficulty downloading the clips directly from the system. So what she did to not lose the video, she took a screen recording with her cell phone. She recorded it and then sent that to me via email.
So they're pretty grainy?
That is correct.
Okay. I've got Exhibit 197 on the screen. It's very small. I'm going to zoom in a moment, but just try to help us get oriented here. There's 3 clips, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Summarize this for us.
Sure. This is from Channel 4, which is a camera that's on the exterior of the residence, and it is facing in a northeast direction, and it's capturing Walnut. And then in the distance, you can see North 31st Street.
How much is the date and time stamp off?
The date and timestamp is approximately 1 hour and 5 minutes slow.
So on the screen now, it says April 2nd, 2024, 6:26:11 a.m. What's the real time?
The real time would be 7:31 a.m.
I'm going to use the zoom feature to not get the other parts of the screen recording and just the video here. And then I will play it. I'm going to play it one time in normal speed and then one time in sped up. Playing it at 2:07. The clip is 3 minutes, 57 seconds long. And just before I get going, since I advanced it, we're up, the timestamp here now reads 6:28:20 a.m., so that would be what?
7:33 approximately.
Playing at 2:08. And if you could, Detective, stand up and just tell us where he's going to be coming, where the person is going to be coming from.
Sure. So they're going to be coming from in the distance here, and then you're going to see them travel on this, the north sidewalk in a west direction.
Thank you. You see him?
Yes.
And then he's off the screen by 3:53?
That is correct.
Okay, just one more time and fast forward. See him walking there?
Yes.
The next clip is going to be from what angle then?
It's going to be from Channel 3, which is going to be essentially a directly north angle, and it's going to be capturing just West Walnut Street.
There we go.
Judge, I don't know if I moved this in, but I would now.
Any objection?
No.
Tell me the number one more time.
197.
And this is actually channel 2.
Okay. I'll go to the one that you had mentioned. So this is just looking direct in front of the house then?
That is correct.
Okay. Playing this one from 50 seconds. Are you able to tell anything about the description of this person based on this video?
Sure. As you can see that their person is wearing dark clothing, and then you can start to tell that the backpack itself is a different shade of color. It's not as dark as the clothing.
Last clip. Gonna play it from 1 minute, 15 seconds. Where are we looking here?
So this is channel 2, and this one is going to be pointing in a northwest direction, and this is capturing West Walnut Street and North 32nd Street.
Does it appear the subject go anywhere when he gets to the intersection with 37th Street or 32nd Street?
Sure. It appears initially that the subject begins traveling north, but then you do, just at the very top of the screen, see that the feet continue across North 32nd Street.
Playing at 1:15. I paused it at 1:25. Are you kind of able to tell the color of the backpack here?
Yes, in this view, you're able to see that the backpack is tan in color.
Can you get up and point that out, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to back it up and then let it play.
Look carefully.
And now he's at the corner?
Correct.
Okay. And are you able to see the feet there?
That is correct.
All right. I'm going to play that clip again because I would like you to stand up and point that out since it's very faint to see.
Sure.
Backing it up. Oh, sorry. I don't know what happened there. We'll wait till it gets back. All right, I paused it. And just before I continue playing it, what's the timestamp in real time?
So the timestamp in real time is going to be approximately 7:35.
Okay. Now, if you could, Detective, point out what you're talking about with him crossing the street, and if you can pull that mic to you, that would be helpful. Not that one. Actually, there's one right here. Okay, I'm going to play it at this point.
Okay. And so here you see the person walking, and then they appear to travel in a north direction. Then you're going to see a car travel through the intersection. And then as that car is traveling, you pick up the person walking again and crossing the street, and then they go out of camera view.
Thank you, Detective. That street they're crossing is what street?
That's North 32nd.
So they're crossing North 32nd Street, which direction?
West.
Would that be towards North 35th Street?
That is correct, yes.
Nothing else?
Cross?
So this person is somewhat near the 31st and Galena playground, right?
At the beginning, correct, yes.
And the person is just walking leisurely?
Correct.
Not running?
Correct.
Not looking over their shoulder and glancing around and making suspicious movements?
That is correct.
Just appears to be on a stroll?
That is correct.
That's all.
State?
Nothing else?
Thank you.
Thank you, Detective. State, your next witness?
The state's next witness is Detective Scott Schmitz.
A lot of what we've seen today some of them are from the same, time, the time frame. It's just from many different cameras. So we've seen some that are like crystal clear. And then the ones they showed now are not so clear, but I mean, put that all together with everything they've shown us. They've shown us almost every angle they possibly could of who they believe to be Maxwell Anderson walking there. And that would be after setting the car on fire, right? Okay. Stefan says, psychopath on a stroll.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Schmitz, S-C-H-M-I-T-Z.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
I am.
How long have you been with the department?
With the police department over 24 years.
Okay. Did you assist in attempting to recover video near the area of where Sade Robinson's car was burned on April 2nd, 2024?
Yes, specifically the area of 35th and Lisbon.
Why the area of 35th and Lisbon?
Because we had received information that Maxwell Anderson had boarded a bus in the area.
You are aware that other videos were recovered in the area showing a subject walking around that area?
Yes.
From where Miss Robinson's car was burned?
Yes.
And I'm going to put up again Exhibit 448. Is this an image you've seen before?
Yes.
Were you kind of tasked with trying to find video to see if you could pick up this individual walking anywhere else?
Yes, we were.
And based on that clothing description, were you able to find video depicting that person?
Yes, we found video from a corner store on the corner of 35th and Lisbon called the Key Spot.
This detective is one of those with such a nice voice that it makes you wonder, hey, what microphone do they have now? Is it a great microphone? Like, he should be reading audiobooks, right? He should be narrating them.
Exhibit 225 is on the screen right now. All right. So, were you familiar with the location where Miss Robinson's car was burned? You know where that was?
I believe it was a little bit south of 35th and Galena. I don't know the exact location though.
And all right, so right here we're looking at, this is Lisbon in the middle, right?
Yes.
Okay. The video you recovered is found where?
Would you like me to stand up and show you?
Yes, and I have a microphone for you.
Oh, shame. He says, yes, I have a microphone for you. Are they watching us? Probably.
So the corner store where we found video, this is Lisbon, and this is 35th Street. So it would have been on this corner, so the northeast corner of 35th and Lisbon.
Can you point to the corner of 30th and Lisbon?
30th and Lisbon.
Okay. So 5 blocks away from the corner of 30th and Lisbon is where you got this video from.
That's correct.
All right, you can have a seat, Detective. Thank you. The video you recovered, did it depict what appeared to be the same person as in those screenshots I showed you?
Yes.
There were multiple clips?
Yes, we retrieved a total of 4.
Okay. Who'd you retrieve that video from?
The owner of the corner store, his name was Dominic Key. He wasn't present, but he forwarded us the clips from his phone.
I'm going to bring up the first clip. Sorry. This is Exhibit 198. Let me get off the Zoom. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is one of the clips that shows 35th and Lisbon going northwest.
This is a video from Key Spot?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 198 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
The traffic light that's up here on the right side, what is that?
That would be the intersection of 35th and Brown, I believe.
And this stoplight that's in the lower left foreground of the video, this is the intersection of 35th and Lisbon stoplight, right?
Yes.
What, in sum, Detective, what are we looking for on this clip?
On the very top, where you see the red brick building, that's a school. And you're going to be seeing near that school walking towards us, a male on the left side of the screen, walking south.
Attorney Vance Curzan, is this a CD or is this a flash drive?
This is a CD.
Thank you.
Playing this clip, it's 26 seconds long. If you could, Detective, stand up and point out what you're seeing.
So there's a subject walking right here, walking towards the intersection.
All right. Next clip. That first clip was titled Key Spot, Channel 4, and it ends in 250. And the next clip is titled Key Spot, Channel 4, and it ends in 621. Paused it at 20 seconds. Do you see that same subject?
Yes.
Did this clip just pick up where the last one left off?
It did.
Okay. And the date and timestamp, is that accurate?
On these two, they are. In the other two, they're off by like an hour and 2 minutes.
Okay, but this one's accurate. So this one is 8:07 a.m.?
Yes.
The next clip I'm going to play is titled, it starts with RP replay, and it ends in the numbers 497. Before I play that, this is a different camera altogether, right?
It is, and this view is going to be, I believe, an hour and 2 minutes behind. So on this, it'll say 7:05.
And what's then the real time?
8:06.
And so this picks up where the last camera left off?
Yes.
And do you see that same subject on this clip from the beginning here?
He's right here.
You're pointing to the upper right side of the screen?
Yes, I'm sorry, right.
Okay.
In the upper right-hand corner.
I'm going to play this clip. It's 54 seconds long. paused at 6 seconds. I'm going to zoom in. If I can. All right. Are you able to describe what you see that subject wearing?
He's wearing all black and has like a tan colored backpack.
Is he right here where I'm circling with my mouse?
Yes.
And what does he do? What are we going to see next?
In the next clip, you're going to see him standing at the bus stop until the bus comes.
Last clip. It's titled RP Replay, ends in the numbers 9424. That Adrian Warnimont notification was on the video that was sent to you, right?
Yes, it's from whatever the owner's cell phone.
The zooming in that's happening, that was also from the owner's phone, correct?
Yes.
Look at him just standing there like that. Oh my word.
What just happened?
He made a move towards getting on the bus.
A Milwaukee County Transit bus?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Cross?
Okay, so the video footage we were watching was from the key spot, right?
That's correct.
The neighborhood store on 35th Street in Lisbon.
Yes.
And you spoke with somebody named Dominic Key, who just cooperated fully with law enforcement, just turned over videos, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the videos that we watched show a person walking to a bus stop.
Correct.
That's all.
State?
Nothing else?
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Michael Braunreiter, the state will recall.
Detective Braunreiter, we have a new court reporter, so we're going to re-swear you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
First name Michael, Michael. Last name Braunreiter, B as in boy, Raunreiter.
Detective, you previously testified about some videos in the area of 30th and Lisbon up to 30th and North Avenue, right?
Yes.
And you also collected a video from the area of North 27th Street.
Correct.
Okay, why don't you tell us about the video you collected, why you went there, and what you found?
So I collected video from a Milwaukee Police Department poll camera, which is located at the intersection of 27th and Wells. We were trying to backtrack Miss Robinson's vehicle as to how it got into the area. So based off of MCSO's records, we knew that it had come from the area of Howard and 794, and then getting on a off-ramp would be either 27th Street, 35th Street, 16th Street, the viaducts there. So 27th and Wells is our nearest pole camera that I could obtain.
All right. What time frame were you looking for and why?
I was looking for any time after 4:40 in the morning.
Specifically, why 4:40?
That was the MCSO, so the Milwaukee County Sheriff's, had the last location of Miss Robinson's vehicle in the area of Howard and 794 at 4:40 in the morning.
What is a pole cam? What is a City of Milwaukee pole cam?
It's a fixed camera, generally on the side of a building or on a pole.
And why does the city have these?
Monitors traffic. Some will be affixed with license plate readers, so they'll capture pictures of license plates as they go through intersections. Some are just in high crime areas where they monitor areas of high crime.
And do you use them sometimes in some of your homicide investigations?
I would say almost every single one.
Are they typically put in busier intersections?
Yes.
Main thoroughfares?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, I have exhibit 225 up on the screen here, where this pole camera was?
Yes, can I step down?
Please, we actually.
There's a microphone. Oh, sorry, Judge.
I was just gonna say the same thing. Take that microphone and just turn it on.
No, they're like, there's a microphone. There is. Yes, very nice.
Okay. 27th and Wells is this, it's actually marked here with Daddy's Soul Food and Grill. Specifically, the pole camera was on the southwest corner of 27th and Wells. So right here where I'm pointing.
So you were basically trying to check any possible route you could check for how the car would have gotten from, what was the area you said originally?
MCSO last had her vehicle or her phone records in the area of Howard and 794.
Near St. Francis?
Yes.
And so you're trying to find a route that would take from St. Francis to the area where her car was burned. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
What freeway exit would one maybe use?
The one that we had spoke of before, which exits at like 25 in Clybourne, 26 in Clybourne. You would come up, closest would be Wisconsin Avenue, then you would take a left turn, and then the first major thoroughfare north and south is 27th Street, the blue right here that turns gray.
26th Street and 25th Street are not busy streets?
No.
Okay. Did you in fact find video showing that?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to pull up exhibit 196 here. You can have a seat with the microphone, thank you. All right, I'm going to bring up first the video file that is labeled as camera 1. What are we looking at, Detective?
So this is 27th and Wells. It's facing southbound. So in the top right corner of your screen here is actually going to be the intersection of 27th and Wisconsin. And then across the street, so on the other side of the screen is that Daddy's Soul Foods that I had spoke of. And on the left corner of the screen is pretty much the intersection of 27th and Wells.
I'm going to bring this video, I'm going to move 196 in first of all.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I'm going to advance this clip to 4 minutes, 40 seconds, which would correspond to what time, Detective? There's no stamp on the video, but what time are we looking at here?
The video should have started at about 4:45 in the morning. If you look at the label or the name of the file, it says 4:44 and 59 seconds. So it would be roughly 4:50 in the morning.
Lori Strunk says, as a former dispatcher for Milwaukee County, I promise you they could track people all over the city. They work great for chasers, I can only imagine. Thank you for being here with us. If you are local, let us know.
Have you yourself driven the route from KK and Howard to this intersection?
Yes, I have.
Taking the interstate and the highway?
Yes, I did.
Taking the 25th and Clybourne exit?
Yes.
And approximately how long did it take you?
10 minutes.
I'm going to play clip 1 from 4 minutes, 40 seconds, which would be 4:40 a.m. I'm sorry. Yeah. What do we see?
That would be Miss Robinson's vehicle.
I paused it at 5:05. Did I misspeak on the time?
You did. The video started at 4:50 in the morning there, sir. So the vehicle had turned off of Wisconsin Avenue and then turned northbound on 35th Street.
All right. And if I'm zooming in on the vehicle here, what can you tell about the vehicle? What do you see?
The windows are foggy, and it appears that there's some sort of blanket or covering over the rear driver's side window there.
Playing at 5 minutes, 5 seconds. Are the wipers going?
Yes.
I paused it at 5 minutes, 26 seconds, and the car just drove off screen, correct?
Correct. Continued northbound on 27th Street there.
So what time would that have been when it drove off?
It should be about 4:51, 4:50 in a couple of seconds there.
Between 4:50 and 4:51 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the next clip. This is labeled camera 2. I'm going to advance it to 5 minutes. All right, so I have it up to the 5 minute mark. So based on that, what time would this video be, when I press play, what time are we gonna be playing from in real time?
It should be 4:50.
Playing at 5 minutes. I paused it. The TV has gone out. All right, it's back. It's paused at 5:06. I'm gonna zoom in. On this angle, detective, did you try to ascertain any information about who the driver of the vehicle might be?
I did.
What did you see?
You can see that the driver is wearing dark clothing. Appears to be a lighter skin tone, most likely a white male or female.
All right, and if you could step down with that microphone, I'm gonna have you point out exactly what you see as it plays. So the car, we know from the last clip, stops at this intersection for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
Playing at 5:06.
So while it plays, you're going to see the left hand of the individual driving that's going to move around inside of the vehicle. You're going to also see a shadow of the face. Again, you're not able to make out an identity, but you're able to see that it's a lighter skinned individual.
And that TV went out, so I'm gonna back it up and do it again. Playing at 5:06.
You can see the face there as it moved, and then the left hand in the corner of the window there.
Okay. Backing up to 5:09 and playing again. That was paused at 5:19.
As well as, I don't think I mentioned before, but you can see here that this doesn't appear to be the fog or the moisture on the windshield. You can see how that color is, whereas the difference in the rear driver's side window here looks to be like some sort of blanket or some sort of covering the window.
So your testimony is that the windshield appears to be what?
Foggy, like there's dew. If I'm not mistaken, it was raining that day. Okay. So it looks like there was fog covering the windshield. You can see that this blanket actually comes into the driver's side window, which makes me believe that it's some sort of covering past the B pillar here into the driver's compartment.
All right. Okay, I got the TV back, so I'm going to play it at 5:08. And if you can point out what you notice about the driver when you see it.
So it's going to be right there. When you pause it, it's a little bit blurry, but it appears that the driver kind of tilts his head or their head to the left, which you can see a skin tone there that appears to be a lighter skin tone. And then that was the hand that had just moved as well.
Off the camera. All right. I'm going to do it one more time. Pulling northbound on 27th?
Correct.
Last clip, this is labeled camera 3. I'm gonna bring this up from 20 minutes, 20 seconds. This one's timed a little differently, Detective, correct?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell us how, as I
This clip
bring this
starts
up?
at 4:29 and 59 seconds. So 4:29 a.m.
And then, so if we advance it 20 minutes from there, that's roughly
4:50 in the morning.
Okay. Traveling northbound from this intersection, would that get you to Vliet Street?
Yes, it would.
If we want to see the surveillance, but I also want to see Maxie's face right now. Is he just going to look confused? Interesting. Yeah, cameras everywhere.
All right, Detective, I have Exhibit 225 that's going to be on the Elmo. Throughout your involvement in this investigation, did you familiarize yourself with the exact locations and directions and times where, specifically times, where the Honda Civic is seen driving and where that subject, Exhibit 448 on the screen, is seen walking?
Yes.
I have Exhibit 225 here, and if you could, I would like you to draw on this exhibit with this pen and take the jury through the summary of what those videos show. May the witness step down?
Please.
Why don't you use this red pen here? I'm going to put the microphone in front of you. Make sure that it's on the TV.
Oh, sorry. So as I had just testified, the vehicle is northbound at 4:50 in the morning on 27th from Wells Street here. Then it is captured on video. It would be westbound on Valete Street here. And then it circles around, and the first time it's captured right here off of 34th and McKinley in a back alleyway off of a Ring camera. The vehicle then appears to kind of circle in this area off of Valete Street between 35th and it would be about 28th. The vehicle then is last seen at 5:19 a.m. It is coming northbound, and then it makes a westbound turn on Valete. And after that, from 5:20 to when I testified earlier today, we do not have the vehicle on camera. We then capture it, as I testified earlier, northbound on 30th Street from Walnut passing Lisbon Avenue.
I'm going to stop you there. So let me just move the map for you. 5:19 is when you last catch the vehicle passing 32nd and Valete here. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And then about 5:20, it disappears from camera until when?
Until it should be 6:50 in the morning.
Okay. And where does it pick back up on camera at 6:50 in the morning?
Traveling northbound on 30th Street, approaching Lisbon Avenue.
And how close is that location to where the body parts were found?
A block and a half.
Okay, so it reappears on camera a block to a block and a half from where the body parts were found.
Yes, if you'd like me to mark where the park is on the
please.
camera. So the park is right here. This is 30th Street northbound, where I had testified that we capture it traveling northbound. And then it circles in this neighborhood here off of Brown Street and 30th.
Do you have a Sharpie to write it on darker? It's really hard to see.
Sure, I'll give him a marker.
Or we have one right here behind you, Detective Braunreiter.
Northbound on 27?
Correct.
Then?
Westbound on Valete. It's captured in this alleyway here off of a Ring camera at 4:59. It's then circling, or appears to be circling, the area off of Valete Street here. The last time that we captured on video is 5:19. It's westbound on Valete towards 35th Street, where it's out of camera until...
Can you write 519 next to that arrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Go on.
Where it's then captured northbound on 30th from Lisbon to North Avenue here. As I circled here, this is the park where the human remains were located.
What time does it reappear?
6:50 a.m.
Can you write that?
And then draw a line off that circle and write park.
Sure, in that area for quite some time, eh?
Then what?
It's captured traveling kind of in a circle around here off of 30th and Brown. And then it pulls into the alleyway, the location of the fire. I will put an arrow here. That's at about 7:23 a.m., where then we see shortly after MFD approaching.
Okay, around a little after 7:30?
Correct.
Then, I don't know if we have a different color. You want to use blue?
Use the highlighter here, sir.
Use the highlighter. Let's talk about the subject walking after the fire at 7:30. Can you draw on the map where that subject is traveling to?
Yes, that subject is seen traveling southbound on 30th from Lisbon. pops up, okay? And then that subject then travels westbound on Walnut Street and then northbound on 32nd Street, or appears to turn northbound on 32nd Street, where we then do not have any other video. That subject then is picked up again, coming southbound on 35th Street from Brown and coming to the intersection of 35th and Lisbon Avenue.
Can you circle the 35th and Lisbon Avenue intersection in pink, please? And what time is that subject walking southbound from Brown towards the intersection of 35th and Lisbon?
If I'm not mistaken, it's approximately 8:06 a.m.
And is that the time that the person gets on a bus?
I believe that individual gets on a bus at around 8:11.
He waits at that stop and then gets on the bus?
Correct.
Okay. You can have a seat, thank you. So to be clear, Detective, after disappearing from camera at about 5:19 a.m., the car is off camera until 6:50 a.m.
Correct.
At which point it is picked up just next to the 31st and Galena playground by the video you recovered.
Yes, it's traveling northbound on 30th from Walnut, which is within a block of the park.
Is it coming from the direction of the park?
Yes.
And one last topic, Detective. The area of that playground was canvassed for video, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Were there any videos able to be recovered that depicted any part of that playground?
No.
Nothing else?
Cross.
Yes. Good afternoon, Detective. I want to talk about the video that the state had played of the Honda Civic, and then you described that the person inside the car, you said, is lighter skin tone, correct?
Correct.
And you got to admit that the conditions at this time it's pretty rainy at that point, right?
Correct, it is.
I mean, if you could see in the video that it looks like some of the lights that are reflecting from like the street lights are kind of bouncing off the car, right?
Yes.
And that window of the Honda is rolled closed, correct?
It appears to be closed, yes.
I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, but best guess is that it's probably rolled closed, correct?
Yes, it appears to be closed.
And in that video, are you able to determine the hair color of the individual driving?
No.
Are you able to determine the hair length?
No.
Whether the individual is wearing a hat?
No.
Or a beanie or some sort of, something on their head?
No.
Are you able to determine, you said that it appears that he's wearing dark clothing, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what color? Black, gray, brown?
I would say dark clothing. By looking at the video, I believe it's black.
Okay. And are you able to tell if it's a shirt, a jacket, sweater?
No, you cannot. You can just tell that really all that was visible, like I had testified earlier, was the hand. So based off of that, I would surmise that it would be a long sleeve of some sort. But no, you cannot.
Well, I mean, it could. Can you tell if the individual is wearing gloves? Because that could explain why it's lighter.
No, you cannot see if they're a light colored glove.
Okay, and you weren't able to determine the height of the individual driving that car, correct?
The height of the driver?
Yeah.
No.
Or the weight?
No.
And did you observe any distinct tattoos?
No, I did not.
And when do you recall when you reviewed this video, or when you had obtained it and actually reviewed it for yourself?
I believe my report says April 10th.
Okay. And had Mr. Anderson been arrested before that time?
I can't recall.
Are you aware whether you knew what Mr. Anderson looked like before you had reviewed that video?
Yes, I was.
Okay, nothing further.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
Detective Ryan Bergman.
So this would be
Do
the
you solemnly swear that
36th
the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth,
witness.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state, spell your name for the record.
Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Bergman, B-E-R-G-E-M-A-N-N.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
Yes,
How long have you worked for the department?
since April of 2003.
Through your work as a detective, do you oftentimes find it useful to recover video from Milwaukee County Transit System buses?
Yes,
In fact, so much that they've actually given your department access to their camera system. Is that a fair statement?
correct. I believe there's 6 of us that have access to that.
And were you a participant in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson in the form of trying to see if any Milwaukee County Transit bus video could assist?
Yes,
Did you recover videos from the Milwaukee County Transit System?
I did.
Did they show anything of note?
They did.
There were 2 buses in particular that you recovered video from, is that right?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what 2 bus routes those were?
Sure. The first bus video that I would have recovered was from bus Route 57, and that would have been the bus that traveled at the time westbound on West Lisbon Avenue. And then the second bus that I would have recovered would have been the 35 route bus, and that would have been the bus that traveled southbound on North 35th Street.
I have exhibit 225 on the screen here.
Oh my, you saw I was being naughty. I took a quick peek here. What are we going to see the bus? I hope we're going to see that bus footage. It's going to make it much more clear who this figure was walking around, because suddenly then it's like, oh crap, they tracked him all the way to the bus stop, gets on the bus. Then you get a clearer look on his face. How do we know that? Because it's from the criminal complaint. They included one of the pictures. We went over the full criminal complaint yesterday. It's 10 pages because there was a long break. So if you missed that, go check it out. It's also on some of the previous coverage. While I'm pausing to talk, thank you so much all for being here. I really appreciate you watching this trial with me. Let's see. This is going to get interesting.
The bus that travels down Lisbon, that's what you were talking about?
Correct. It's actually they call it the Walnut/Appleton route bus, but it travels down Lisbon.
Because Lisbon turns into Walnut somewhere around 24th, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to bring up exhibit 203 on the screen. Can you see that, Detective?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
So this is, there's 4 cameras that I captured off of this bus. This is the bus that was traveling westbound on West Lisbon Avenue. It is currently at the intersection of Lisbon and North 27th Street, going westbound.
Going westbound,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And really small at the bottom here is what?
So that would be the time and date stamp. It says 4/2 of 2024, and it's marked at 7:29 and 24 seconds, so 7 in the morning, 7:29 in the morning.
You're aware that her vehicle was set on fire somewhere around 7:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Why don't you summarize what exactly we're going to see here?
Sure. The bus is going to continue going westbound along West Lisbon Avenue here. And as we approach 29th Street, North 29th Street, you'll see a blue building. And then along the north side sidewalk, you'll see 2 females walking westbound. And then as it keeps on going westbound, you'll see an individual coming out of the yards between, it would be the 2900 block of West Lisbon.
And then you will see a vehicle, Ms. Robinson's vehicle, in the background, and you will see a flame that starts in the passenger compartment of that vehicle.
And what you just summarized is captured on not just this camera video angle, but a summary of what the cameras from this bus depict. Okay. I'm going to play this. It is queued up to April 2nd, 2024 at 7:29:24.
Buckle up, Mexi boy. We're about to see your face on the bus, I think. Oh, yes.
All right. We're heading west?
Yes, and then the blue building on the right side of the screen is the blue building I referred to. Those will be the two females walking along the sidewalk westbound. And then shortly you'll see a male subject approach out of those yards between the white building and the blue building. Right there.
I paused it at 7:30 and 02, and if you look off to the right side of the screen, what can you see here?
That is Miss Robinson's vehicle, and the fire appears to be just starting inside the passenger compartment of that vehicle.
This is the subject here that I'm circling with my mouse that you were referencing walking out?
Yes.
Is there a microphone up by you, a handheld one?
Yes.
Are you able to go by the TV screen and point out what you're seeing as we're playing through this?
Sure. If I can turn this.
Yeah.
I'm going to back it up here to 7:29:55.
Get a different angle now. Look at the car.
So
that's how they could see
the
it.
two females are walking westbound along the sidewalk, one with a black and white umbrella, the other one with a blue jacket with the number 23 on it. And then to the right side of the screen is Miss Robinson's vehicle. You can see the fire is starting in the passenger compartment of that vehicle. And then in front of the two females, there's a subject, a male subject, wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and a large camouflage backpack.
At some...
From all the other camera angles, we couldn't quite see or visualize how did they see. Like, he did that. Remember? We saw that earlier? Well, now we could see how they saw. Damn, that's a good view, hey? They could see clearly that this person, this figure here, was right here doing something to the car and then walked this way. And there he is. And then we saw the rest earlier.
Point in maybe this clip or other clips from the same exact bus, are you able to tell any demographics about that individual with the backpack?
Yes, it would be outside the curb side view of this bus video.
Okay, I'm going to keep playing the video. Pause there. Are you able to tell anything about his shoes there?
Yes, you can tell that it has a white bottom sole, and then there's a darker top part of the shoe, and then also dark pants.
I'm going to move over to the curbside. All right, so I'm on the curbside view now?
Yes.
This is the woman with the umbrella up here?
Correct.
The woman with the LeBron James jacket is behind this tree?
Yes.
Okay, playing from there. 7:30:06. Do you see the subject with the backpack?
Yes, so you can see the backpack a little bit more clear here. It's going to be a tan camouflage backpack. And then you can also see that the tops of his shoes are also that almost similar tan color.
And as I advance the video, the bus has now passed, what, 30th Street?
Correct.
And what do you see in the upper left?
That would be the car, Miss Robinson's vehicle becoming more engulfed in flames.
Okay.
Sure. That's you.
I'm going to go back
Allegedly.
again to 7:30.
Looking a little less confused now, aren't we?
02.
Yeah. Oh, crap. Did you see that?
And play from there, frame by frame.
Focus, dude. That's you.
Did you want me to narrate it again, or?
Yes, please.
So the LeBron James jacket is continuing to walk westbound. She appears to look to her right, which would be north. And then the male subject comes out of that lot and stands next to the bus. And then as the bus passes, he crosses the street, which would be southbound across Lisbon.
Sorry about that. Go frame by frame forward. This is on the curbside view?
Yes, and you can see the female with the 23 jacket is looking towards the car fire. The subject with the umbrella continues to walk westbound. I believe she stops as she sees the fire also. And that would be the male subject with the tan backpack. Appears he's waiting for the bus to pass him so he can cross the street. And then we see the car engulfed or starting to be engulfed in flames on the left side of the screen.
If I go to the other side of the bus, what can you see?
So on this would be called the street side camera, and we see that same individual now behind the bus, and he's crossing southbound across Lisbon Avenue to the south side of the street. And that would be 30th Street is that intersection right there, North 30th and Lisbon.
Stopped the video at 7:30:23. Let's talk about the 35th Street bus.
Yes.
Where does that bus travel to and from, if you know?
It's all along North 35th Street. The video that I had got, it was just north of 35th and Lisbon, and then on the video I got from 8:11 a.m. all the way to 8:36 a.m. for that date. So it travels all the way to the south side of Milwaukee, south of Oklahoma, probably even to Howard. It just continues on 35th Street.
Is 35th Street one of the main, roads that connects the north side to the south side?
Yes.
There's a viaduct that goes over the Miller Valley?
Yes.
Okay, what are the other ones?
We would have 27th Street would be one. 16th Street travels pretty far, but 27th, 35th, and then you would also have 43rd, which would be Miller Parkway, Sherman Boulevard. Those would probably be your main ones.
Are you aware of what Mr. Anderson's listed residence was?
Yes.
Where was that?
I believe it was the 3100 block of South 39th.
Okay, how far away would that be from where one could get off of the bus that travels on 35th Street?
So the two options to get off on around that address would be on 35th in Oklahoma and then 35th in Ohio, which is, I believe, the 3300 block.
A logical bus route to take if you were on 35th in Lisbon and you wanted to get to the 3100 block of South 39th Street, what bus would you take?
The 35th Street bus.
Okay. I have the next bus video queued up. This is the 35th Street bus. I have it timed at, I'm gonna back it up a little bit here.
They're gonna get to the inside the bus.
8:11:55. Can you orient us a little bit? What are we looking at?
Sure. The bus here would be looking southbound. It's traveling in a southbound direction. We're on North 35th Street, and then we would be approaching, I believe the lights are going to be Lisbon.
You aware of video that was found showing a subject waiting for the bus at 35th and Lisbon?
Yes.
Tell us what you were aware of when you were looking for this.
So this video I had found prior to that. Once we see the subject standing on the corner, then we went and retrieved more video regarding that. But this was the first video that I found on the bus, and then we retrieved more. But it shows the subject walking to the corner here and waiting for the bus.
Not this video, the video that you were aware of?
Correct.
Thank you. Pause the video. Do you see anyone on this frame that looks familiar from the last bus video we saw?
Yes.
Point them out, please.
Sure. He is wearing the black hooded sweatshirt. He has the brown, you can see the brown shoulder straps for a backpack, black pants, the brownish color top of the shoe, white soles, and then it's the same guy that we saw earlier.
Going over to the, what is this camera?
So there's 10 different cameras that I downloaded off this bus. You have 4 exterior cameras. You have the windshield, curbside, street side, and then you have a rear facing camera. And then there's 6 interior cameras on this one. So the one we were looking at just a minute ago was the windshield camera. This would be called the front door camera.
And there's also cameras that face back into the bus where the passengers sit?
Correct. And then on the interior cameras, there is audio.
Okay. Let me make sure I have that on.
Even audio. Damn. Hi, Bill Gates. Hello.
And what time are we looking at here? Oh, it'll come back. There it is.
It is 8:12 and 15 seconds, so 8:12 in the morning.
Playing from that timestamp.
Wow. Okay then. Maxie, what are you doing? Oh my goodness. Jury? Hmm? So busted. Yeah, that's you. That's you.
Let me get the audio back on. Sorry.
Okay, looks at the defense attorney. Mm-hmm.
All right, there we go.
I was gonna say, start scribbling. He did. He started scribbling already.
We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it not extended. No.
You running last week, man. Here you did when you ran. What about you?
I'm gonna go full screen and play it again.
Look at him now. Glitter and Clam Girl says he did not see that close-up coming. Feeling disappointed, are we, Maxi boy? Yeah, they got that.
Yeah, you running last week, man. Here you did. What about you?
All right, detective, the subject did what in those clips?
He enters the bus. He puts $2 into the machine, and he asks the bus driver if the bus is going south. And the bus driver tells him that it is.
Okay. He then goes in the back and sits down?
Correct.
And are you able to see clearly the clothing he's wearing now?
Yes.
Have you watched this entire clip from when he sits down until he gets off the bus?
I have.
Does he ever pull a phone out?
He does not.
I'm going to skip through this, but play various clips starting at 8:13:34.
We want to see it all.
Route 35.
Paused at 8:13:52. We'll jump ahead. 8:15. Paused at 8:15:18, just sitting there.
Yes.
Let's go ahead. 8:17. Paused at 8:17:19. Let's go up to 8:20.
Can you help me? I'm trying to get the project today, but I don't even know how to get it without it. I just know the connect button after.
Paused at 8:21. We'll go ahead. 8:24. Go ahead to 8:27. And all this time, detective, where's the bus going?
Southbound on 35th Street.
Okay, and you'd be able to see that on the front camera, right?
Correct.
Paused at 8:28:04.
That's a good point. Tracy says, notice how he does not take his backpack off and set it down. Yeah. Yeah, true as well. He's just keeping it on like that. And can you imagine? He was up all night, allegedly doing a lot of sinister things. He must be exhausted. He looks exhausted. Look at him. Sure, but you just never know who you're sitting next to. Hazel says, you look like you are a passenger on the bus. I am, okay? I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this. He did spot the camera at some point there, huh? Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go.
Playing at 8:28:52. Paused at 8:29:07.
So someone, sorry, I didn't see who said that now, but saying, why would he get on the bus? Maybe because he was so exhausted. He still had to get all the way home, you know? So maybe he decided, you know, I can't walk this whole way. I'm just going to quickly take the bus. And according to the criminal complaint that we read through yesterday, again, he asked the bus driver to drop him off not at a designated bus stop, just somewhere along the way. Like, can I quickly get off here? And then he walked about 8 minutes home. So I can't wait to see that either. Let's see.
Playing at 8:30:06. Paused at 8:30:21. Playing at 8:31:25. Paused at 8:31:36. Playing at 8:33:11. Paused at 8:33:35. What's happening now?
He is approaching the front door of the bus to get off.
Paused at 8:33:40. You're able to see on the sweatshirt a little emblem on the left sleeve here?
Yes.
Okay.
That is you, Max.
Follow Ohio, Alberta College.
Paused at 8:34:02. What happened there?
He approaches the driver and asks him if he minds if he gets off there. The bus is currently in the middle of the street, so he would not let him get off there. The street directly before this is West Lakefield, and then the next stop that the bus driver is going to stop at, that there is a stop, is going to be on Ohio.
Showing you Exhibit 204. What is that?
That is the subject that's on the bus.
That's a screenshot of the bus video we just watched.
It is.
Move 204 in.
Any objection?
No.
That's what was in the criminal complaint as well, that screenshot.
Go right ahead.
Now we've seen the video.
That's 204? Oh.
Yes,
Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
You identify him by where he's seated and what.
Point at him.
He's seated at the defense counsel's table wearing a blue button-up shirt with the white t-shirt underneath it.
Show us.
I'd ask the record to reflect that the detective identified Maxwell Anderson.
Any objection?
I'm not going to comment on that.
The record will so reflect.
Defense is not going to comment on that. Come on, show us Max.
All right, I've moved it to the video, kind of shows the door where he got on, right?
Yes.
No, in the middle of the street.
Let me back that up because the video went out.
No, in the middle of the street.
He asked the bus driver what?
If he could get out there, and the bus driver tells him, no, we're in the middle of the street.
And if we look at the front, where are we?
This would basically be Lakefield, and then as you continue through it, you go to Ohio.
Okay. Is this near the address of 3161 South 39th Street?
Yes, I believe Lakefield is a 3200 block. Is either the 31 or 3200 block. It's Oklahoma, Lakefield, and then I think Rustic in Ohio, some type of order.
Is Euclid in there?
Euclid is also, sorry.
Okay.
Bus driver's shaking his head, yo. Bus
Pause
driver's a grizzly.
Next block.
He's exited the bus?
Yes.
And then what direction does he walk?
He starts walking northbound back towards West Lakefield.
Okay. Which camera would that be on?
That one, the curbside, sorry.
Okay.
And then, can I stand up and just point where Lakefield is?
Yes.
So this is along South 35th Street, and then this intersection here is West Lakefield.
If you were to go to 3161 South 39th Street, what would be the best route to walk to off of this bus?
The quickest way would be either Ohio or up West Lakefield.
Okay. I'm gonna play from 8:34:54. I have it on the curbside camera. This one doesn't have audio, right?
Correct. So the subject continues the walk northbound along 35th Street, and then he goes out of range.
I'm gonna bring up a map that's already been introduced and admitted as Exhibit 443. And if I didn't already, I'd move the entirety of 203, and I know I moved the first one in.
Any objection?
No.
203 is received.
Got a map of Milwaukee County up here, Detective. Can you see that?
Yes.
Or do you want to stand up?
I can see it.
Where the subject boarded the bus, who you've identified as the defendant, was where?
It'd be 35th and Lisbon, so it would be on the west, or the northwest corner of 35th and Lisbon at that intersection.
Can you use the microphone?
Sure. So it's an intersection of 35th and Lisbon along the northwest corner is where he would have boarded that bus that was going southbound.
And what direction is that on this map? If you could point it out here as I move the map.
It would be going down.
All right. Passing Interstate 94 there.
Yes.
Passing National Avenue here.
Yes.
Greenfield Avenue.
Yes.
Burnham.
Yes.
35th and Greenfield.
Yes.
35th and Forest home here?
Yes.
Jackson Park's right next to that, right?
Correct.
Continuing south 35th in Oklahoma?
Yes.
Where's Lakefield?
It would be this street that goes like this.
All right. So if one wanted to get to 3161 South 39th Street, where would you go?
So this street, Lakefield, goes westbound, and then that 38th Street and 39th, it's an alley. So that would get you to the back of your house, basically, through the alley.
And you could also walk down 38th to Euclid and come over crossing 39th Street there, correct?
Correct.
All right. The 3100 block of South 39th would be between Euclid and Oklahoma, is that right?
Correct. Oklahoma is 3100 and Euclid is 3200. So it's almost in the middle of the block.
I'm putting exhibit 445 up next to 204. Does that appear to be the same person to you?
Yes.
Nothing else.
That was the mugshot and him on the bus. They
You know, I
never
think
put
this might
that
be a
side by
perfect
side.
point to take a break for 10, 15 minutes, take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll come back, okay? So leave your notebooks on your chair, please.
Show us him. Camera person, can we see him right now? Can you imagine? I like the way they built that up slowly. It was like, okay, look here, and you know, all the things we saw today, and then it's like, and then here he is on the bus. That same figure we saw all day. Clear. Sorry, I'm just waiting to see if they say anything, the attorneys, you know, when the jury's out.
Anything to address on the record at this point?
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay. Then we'll take a 10-minute break.
Whoa, that was perfect timing. They took a 20-minute break. It wasn't 10 minutes. We were 20 minutes behind, and here they come. Well, I saw the judge's head there. Oh my word, that bus video, that was some damning evidence right there. Do you want to see it again? We could watch it again while we wait for them to actually, because I saw the judge coming in. They should be coming back any minute, but then we'll catch up very quickly. Sherry said, good afternoon, Grizzly, tuning in from Nova Scotia. Okay, thank you so much for being here with us. I hope they find Lily and Jack soon. Let's quickly go. That was a long break. Like if we go, look here. 20 minutes, and they're not back yet. Okay, so let's just see this one more time, shall we? Also,
824.
A lot of people pointing out he's actually sitting in the handicapped area, which he is. You could see the markings on the seat here. This guy, hey? This guy. Can they charge him for that as well, please? Right? Yeah, so Stefan says, so the arson count has been proven. Yeah, true. Check. The other charges are first-degree murder, mutilating a corpse, and hiding a corpse. Initially, he was charged with 3 charges, but then they added hiding a corpse as well on the day of jury selection, right? Okay, so let's quickly have I just want to see how far back to go here, where they started all of this. Yeah. Let's go from here. We see it again while we wait for them all to come back, right? And look at his face. Yeah, feeling worried there, are we? That's the moment he looks at the defense attorney like, yes.
All right, there we go.
I do wonder what he's writing here now. Oh, that's when they had it small and they were struggling a little bit. Here we go. To think what those hands are accused of doing. And what he's accused of doing all night. Oh my word.
All right, detective.
Shame. Imagine if this, well, now this lady would know, if this lady sitting here even knew what he is accused of doing, you know, just hours before this. Right? That is so scary if she had to know, you know, who she was sitting across from. In hindsight, even though right now he's innocent till proven guilty. I think the state has proven, at least on social media, we'll have to hear what the jury says, the arson charge, as Stefan just said. We'll have to wait for more evidence, but this has been a really great day to prove some stuff, huh, today.
The subject did what in those clips?
He enters the bus, he puts $2 into the machine, and he asks the bus driver if the bus is going south. And the bus driver tells him that it is.
Okay, let's just go forward a bit.
Sitting there?
Yes.
Let's go ahead, 8:17.
Oh, all these people sitting there. Sure.
Paused at 8:17.
When I say all these people sitting there, I just mean imagine if they're now following the case. I would think they are, but maybe some of them don't even know about this. Can you imagine?
19. Let's go up to 8. And all this time, detective, where's the bus going?
Southbound on 35th Street.
Okay, and you'd be able to see that on the front camera, right?
Correct.
Paused at 8:28:04.
Even that, not that Mickey said he was dumb enough to shave because he had a haircutty. And he shaved because he didn't think they'd have his pic and mugshot to compare. I know, right? We say in South Africa. I just want to quickly go see what they're doing here now. Are they there yet? Yeah, they are.
Okay. And then...
So let's go back to present time now, because we can always watch that again on the replay, right?
So I want to start by...
Appearances, we are now on the cross-examination of Detective Bergemann.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
So I want to start by talking about, I think it's Exhibit 204. It's where we see the bus traveling down Lisbon, and you can see an individual walking, and you said behind him you can see a fire, correct?
Correct.
And in that video, I want to kind of talk about what's captured on it, and what we see is we see an individual walking, and he's just about to enter the sidewalk, right on Lisbon.
Correct. He would be just north of that sidewalk on the field.
Just by like 1 or 2 feet, pretty close.
I would probably say it's more than 2 feet. As it's pulling up and you clear that blue building, you can see him coming out of the field. So I'd probably say it's closer, maybe 10 feet into the field.
Okay. And then you also can see on the video, it was a woman in an umbrella, correct?
Correct.
And it looks like, when the individual and the woman in an umbrella are pretty close. They're almost like right by each other on that sidewalk.
At first, yes.
Okay. And what the video doesn't show, it doesn't show that individual ever exiting that car, correct?
Correct.
It never sees him driving it, right?
No.
Certainly doesn't show that individual lighting the car on fire, correct?
Correct.
And you can't see that individual, he's not standing right next to the car, correct?
No.
You don't see him toss anything into the car?
No.
You don't see him, putting any liquid anywhere around that car?
No.
You just see him walking, on just about onto that sidewalk where he'll eventually cross that street, correct?
It would be the general direction away from the car towards the sidewalk, I guess would be the most accurate way.
Yeah, thank you. And this individual, he's not running, right?
No.
He's not, doesn't appear to be panicked or looking over his shoulder?
I can't tell that from the video.
Okay, but you're highly trained, as a detective to, look for that kind of suspicious behavior, correct?
Correct.
I think the common term that you use is furtive movements, right?
Correct.
Like people, maybe glancing around, right?
Right.
People blading their body, right?
Correct.
People running.
Correct.
And like an example is like when like an example of something that's suspicious is when you see someone walking towards, like a police officer, when they see that police officer, they run the other way.
Correct.
And this individual that we see on camera doesn't do anything like that, right?
Yeah, there's no police officer in the area.
Okay. But what we do see is we see an individual walking in one consistent direction, correct?
Correct.
And that individual eventually walks to a bus stop, right?
Correct.
And waits at a bus stop, correct?
Correct.
And this area on Lisbon, it's a very busy street in Milwaukee, right?
It's one of the busier ones, yes.
And we saw in the video there's people driving down the street, right?
Yes.
People walking down the street?
Yes.
People waiting for buses, right?
Yes.
And so you got to admit this is a very densely populated area, correct?
Correct.
Because there's residential homes around that area as well, correct?
Correct.
It's just amazing that Maxwell Anderson was on the bus at that time with that same outfit that we've seen in all the other videos. I know the defense is just doing their job, and they do actually very well in this trial. I think they do the best they possibly can. And I quite like the style of questioning, just like their checklists, that they go through. But my goodness, one could then say the circumstantial evidence, putting it all together, why would he be there at that time with that outfit, with that backpack? Just coming from that vehicle, which is Sade's vehicle, which is the person he went on a date with just hours before. First date, text messages proving it. You know what I mean? But okay, the defense, they got to do what they got to do.
And so when you see this individual, it's fair to describe that he's simply just walking calmly, right? He's not running.
He's not running, he's walking.
Okay. And so now I want to talk about it's Exhibit 204. If we can, it's State Exhibit 204. If we can bring that up.
How do we get that?
204 is the still photo.
Okay.
This is 203.
203. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right. So we have Exhibit 203 up.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. We can just, what portion do you want when he gets on the bus? Okay. That's where we're at. We had 8/12/19.
So starting at 8/12/19, if you could just play that.
Hmm? Weird. I just have to jiggle the thing. That's what I don't know. It's not a binary now. It's not the IT stuff has nothing to do with it.
He's looking a bit sus now. Shifty eyes.
It's on. It's a matter of recording.
That one just stopped working at the break.
You just utilized the HDMI cord from the state, correct?
That's what I do. Yeah, that's what I did now. That TV isn't getting a signal. I just thought if we had a remote, I could push source or.
This one goes on and off by touch, correct? We could try turning it off and turning it back on. Do you want to help? Thank you.
It's coming up on. That one just stopped working.
Doesn't he just have that look? And I am judging for a second here of like, what? This is not what we paid for. This is not the service I expected. That's how his face looks about now.
Source selection on there too before you turn it off.
It's got private attorneys.
Or when you turn it off, it says power and solar. So you might be able to do it from here. Might. $3,138 people staring at him right now from all over the world. Squirm. We saw that.
Otherwise, it's not ideal, but we can do it over here if the jury isn't. It's not perfect, but I mean, you're asking the witness questions.
Yeah.
I think we just do it that way. Right, it's not TV, so we'll just do it. Is that okay with everyone? I've seen heads nod. Let's just do that. Yep. What did you say, 8/12/19? I started at 8/12/05, okay?
And we've reached out to the IT person too, who's on his way, so maybe we'll have some positive response.
Dieter is on the way. If you guys know who Dieter is, then you've been here for a while.
Oh, we got it back.
Okay. I think it's when you expanded that screen. 'Cause that's when it
Thank
did
you.
it last.
Thank you, Deputy Benz.
All right, so I just want you to watch the video. We already saw the state put on during direct.
Yes.
All right, stopping at 8/12/42. You can see when this person gets on the bus, you don't see any blood on their hands, correct?
No.
You don't see any red marks?
No.
And this individual clearly isn't trying to conceal their identity whatsoever, correct?
No.
There's no mask on his face?
No.
I mean, they got their hood up, but it's clearly raining outside, right?
Correct.
And then this individual talks to the driver, pays the fare while the bus is kind of moving, right?
Correct.
And have you ever had to pay for, like, bus fare with cash?
Long time ago.
But you can agree that sometimes it's hard because you're sitting at the front of the bus and it's kind of shaking a little bit, right?
Correct.
But he casually talks to the driver and asks if it's going south, right?
Yes.
And then he gets on the bus and then goes to sit down, right?
Yes.
He's just a normal dude on a normal day in the rain riding the bus. Clean hands. Can't accuse him of anything, even though he just walked away from a burning car. Whose car was it? Oh. A lady you went on a date with. Interesting. And what happened to her? The worst. Right? But okay, the defense has to do their best here, and man, they are trying.
Yeah, so we're starting at 8:12:44. And so what we're looking at here is this is just the back of the bus, right? You can't see the fare box, right?
Correct. I think your speed on there is playing like half speed, it looks like, the seconds, just so you know.
He's not even in these shots. Do you see our client sitting there? Yes,
All right, so I got it frozen at 8:14:57. So he's just sitting on the bus, right?
Yes.
And you don't see, and you can clearly see his hands. There's no blood on his hands, right?
Correct.
And you didn't observe any blood on his shoes, correct?
Not like copious amounts of it. I can't tell because it's a dark color, if there's anything on there.
Okay, but you can't sit up and testify that you see blood on his shoes, correct?
Correct.
Or on his pants, correct?
Correct.
And you can't see any mud on his shoes because you can see the white soles, correct?
I can't see the bottom of the shoes.
Okay, but you can see his white soles, correct?
The sides of his shoes, correct.
I'm talking about the white.
Correct, the side part of the sole, yes.
Okay, and you can't see any mud on there.
Not on the side parts, no.
Okay, and on this backpack, you've watched this video lots of times, right?
Yes.
You've probably spent hours reviewing this with other detectives as well.
Yes.
And you don't observe any blood on his backpack, correct?
Not from the video.
And no mud, correct?
No.
No sand, correct?
No.
And so what we really watch is someone walk to a bus stop, wait at a bus stop, and get on a bus, correct?
That's the second part of the bus video, yes.
Okay.
Not someone,
And then
Maxwell.
goes to his house, correct? Or, well, he doesn't go directly to his house, goes to a stop, gets off the bus, correct?
Correct.
And then walks towards the direction of his home, correct?
Correct.
I don't have anything further.
Shame, they're gonna try gaslight everyone. You saw somebody. There was an individual just like getting on the bus, right? Riding on the bus and then getting off the bus and walking home, right? Somebody was on the, yeah, Maxwell Anderson. We saw his face, we saw his hair, we saw him up close. That was your client.
State?
Can you see what's in his massive backpack?
No.
The person that he's referring to as this individual, that's the defendant?
Correct, that's Maxwell Anderson.
Nothing else.
Good job.
Defense,
State.
anything?
I love this body language. Look. It was like, yeah, that's right. That is him. That was good though, to just clarify, to just make sure, right? I mean, did you see that? How we need to go back like 30 seconds if we can. Never mind, we'll play it here.
And then, when you watch this, after he gets up and gets off the bus, you don't see any blood on the seat, correct? Where he was sitting.
I can't see the seat good enough to say there's nothing there.
Okay, well, did you ever go back and go to this bus?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Detective. State, your next witness.
State calls Angela Sawyer.
Yeah, there goes the individual, says Stefan. really like that moment. I wish I could see it again. Is it this?
The bus, correct?
Correct.
And then
Just-
walks towards the direction.
We'll catch up now. Just look at
Correct.
this moment again.
I don't have anything further.
This. This.
Can you see what's in his massive backpack?
Ah, not that.
No.
And hours, reviewing this with other detectives as well.
Yes.
And you don't observe any blood on his backpack, correct?
Not from the video.
And no mud, correct?
No.
No sand, correct?
No.
I will timestamp that moment. It was too good. I just love how the state brought that home. But that's that's not an individual. That's Maxwell Anderson, right? This you pointed him in the court. That's him, right? Yes. Okay, so now.
And so what?
Let's see if the new witness is up here yet. Yes.
Angela
Okay.
Sawyer, ANGELA
Ms. Sawyer, I need you to scoot right up to that mic, please, and talk right into it. You're soft-spoken, and we need to hear what you say.
Okay.
State, please proceed.
Ms. Sawyer, do you remember the day of April 18th, 2024?
I do,
Why do you remember that day?
because I left work and went to the beach and found unusual.
I'm just going to help you with your microphone. It's hard to project your voice, so I'm just going to ask you to speak right into that.
Shame.
Okay.
You were walking on the beach?
I left work and I went to the beach, correct.
What beach?
I actually don't know the name. It's down on the South Milwaukee.
Okay, you were in South Milwaukee?
Correct.
Is this a beach that you frequently go to?
Yes. Did.
Did. Had you been there before?
Yes.
Do you remember the last time that you were there?
Yes.
When was that?
It was 2 days before, on the 16th.
On April 18th, you found something.
Correct.
What did you find?
I found a part of a body,
Do you know what part?
the torso and arm.
What did you do?
I called my partner first,
What's their name?
Shiloh Falk,
Can you spell that for us?
SHILOHFALK.
Then what happened?
I waited for him to come and we called 911.
And where did you wait?
I waited by the body.
She
law
looks
enforcement
terrified as
come?
well.
Yes,
And you spoke to them
I did.
and showed them what you'd found.
Correct.
Do you remember what time of the day you described this as being after work? When was that?
I got off of work around between 6 and 6:30 a.m. I don't know what time it was because I didn't bring a phone or my watch. I mean, down to the. I didn't look.
And when you testified that you had been there before, 2 days prior,
Correct.
you didn't notice this body part.
No.
Can you describe what the torso looked like?
I don't know how to describe it.
That's okay. Nothing further.
Cross?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Sawyer.
Oh, shame. Oh, my word. I wish we could all give her a hug. She's still traumatized. And she said she did go there. Like, doesn't go there anymore.
State your next witness.
The state calls Deputy Laura Jaroczynski.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Laura Jaroczynski, LauraJaroczynski.
How are you employed?
With Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
What is your title?
A deputy.
How long have you been a deputy with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
5 years.
And were you, did you assist in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson in early April of 2024?
I did.
You had multiple roles in that investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
Did you do something in particular of note on Thursday, April 18th, 2024?
I did.
On that date, were you dispatched to a certain location?
I was.
Can you tell us where?
I believe it was 3305 Marina Road in South Milwaukee.
The city of South Milwaukee?
Yes.
Milwaukee County?
Yes.
State of Wisconsin?
Yes.
Okay. I have on the screen over here Exhibit 443. It's already been entered. It's our county map here, and I just want to orient us a little bit. If we go to the southeast corner, we've got Warnimont Park up here, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that the leg was washed or found on the shores of Warnimont?
Correct.
Where is 3305 Marina Road in South Milwaukee in comparison to this?
Approximately 4.5 miles south.
Okay, so as I'm moving down here, you see where I'm circling South Milwaukee Yacht Club?
Yes.
Is it somewhere near there or around there?
Yes.
Okay, where exactly? Sorry if I haven't gone far enough.
It might be further south.
Okay. Not as far as Oak Creek though, correct?
Correct.
All right. So right a little south of the South Milwaukee Yacht Club?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. And you said that's did you say 4 or 4.5?
Approximately 4.5.
Okay. And when you got there, did you make contact with any citizen?
I did.
Who was that person?
Angela Sawyer.
Was that the woman who just left the courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Did she guide you anywhere?
Yes.
Where to?
So I met her at like the fence at the top of the path, and then we walked down the paved path down to the shoreline, and then she pointed out along the shore where it was.
Is this like a public beach or what is this?
Yes, but at the time there was a fence closing it.
This was mid-April?
Yes.
Okay. What was the weather like?
Cold.
What time did you go there? I don't know if I asked that.
I think it was like 7:59 in the morning.
Okay. When you went down towards the shorefront, what'd you observe?
It was a torso with left arm still attached, but no head and no legs and no right arm.
How was it laying?
Face down, or torso down.
What is the terrain like there? Is it rocky, grassy? What is it?
Sand.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. After viewing the torso, what did you do?
I contacted my captain, and then eventually we called the medical examiner.
At this point, you were, April 18th, you were well aware that Sade Robinson had been not heard from since April 1st, right?
Correct.
And that a leg had been found in Warnimont Park, right?
Correct.
Additional remains found on the north side of Milwaukee.
Correct.
Was it your belief that those things were related to this torso?
Yes.
Did you take any steps to try to yourself identify who the torso belonged to?
I did.
And whether it belonged to Sade Robinson in particular?
Yes.
What information did you have that was going to help you do that at the time?
Previously, I had a picture of her fingernails painted.
How did you get that?
from her general manager at Pizza Shuttle.
Philip Wilder?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 38. Is this the picture you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Move 38 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
38's received. Go ahead.
There we go. This was a screenshot of a text, correct?
Yes.
All right. And her fingernails were visible?
Yes.
It was a text from her to Philip Wilder about getting her nails done, right?
Correct.
She wants Pizza Shuttle to fix them?
Yes.
Were you able to view the fingernails on the torso and determine if they look like that?
I was.
And what did you see?
That they matched entirely from the photo.
I'm going to show you exhibits 242 through 257.
What were the numbers again?
242 to 257.
Thank you.
Can you just look through those silently to yourself, take a moment, and then tell me if you know what they are?
To be clear, we stipulate to all of these is.
I'll move them in then.
Thank you. At this point, they are all received.
I can take those. Ask the public.
Go right ahead.
$257. I'm going to start with exhibit 242 here. All right, what are we looking at here?
That is the top of the paved pathway.
This is where you would have parked to go down towards that beach?
Correct.
243. What is that?
That's just inside the fence on the way down as well.
244, further down?
Further down.
And when you get to the bottom, it turns, and we get to 245?
Yes.
And there's 3 individuals in front of you there, one wearing a medical examiner jacket, another deputy, and another woman, right?
Correct.
There's a group of people off in the distance. Would that be to the north?
The way the picture is, that would be, yes, to the north.
Okay, is that where the torso was?
Yes.
246. What is that?
That's just a clearer shot once you go down the few steps onto the beach.
All right, and the next photos are going to have the torso. 247.
Camera person, careful now.
Is that how it was found by Miss Sawyer, to your knowledge?
Correct.
$248. Both legs are dismembered?
Correct.
And her right arm?
Correct.
What about her head?
Dismembered.
What about her neck?
Dismembered.
249, that just looks north?
Yes.
Okay. From this photographer would be standing where the torso was found,
Yes.
essentially?
Yeah.
Okay. And then 250, we're just looking south?
Yes.
251. This is how her hand was when you found it?
Correct.
Okay.
And you were able to then, putting up 252, examine her nails a little more and compare them to the Philip Wilder photo that he sent you.
Correct.
Is this what you're talking about?
Yes.
You were aware that Sade Robinson had a tattoo on her chest as well?
I was.
And what was the tattoo?
It's a saying, sometimes you've got to fall before you fly. And there was a bird above it and a bird below it.
You had gotten pictures of Sade to view this tattoo yourself from Mr. Wilder as well? Or were those from somewhere else?
It was from her social media.
Social media, okay. I've got Exhibit 33 here. This is the phrase right here where I'm pointing?
Correct.
And she had a bird on her shoulder?
Correct.
And 34. Little better there, a little clearer, right?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 253. Were you able to read the tattoo?
I was.
And what part of her body are we looking at?
That is her right shoulder, right side of her chest.
That's the same tattoo from those photos?
Yes.
254. Tell us about her right breast.
It is cut off.
$255. This would be looking from the top.
Yes.
Okay. And her head is gone.
Yes.
256. Would this be her opposite arm? Or leg?
It's hard for me to see from this angle.
Okay. And lastly, 257. You're able to see the tattoo?
Yes.
And it matches directly the tattoo on Sade's chest?
Correct.
So in some of Sade's selfies or pictures you might see online, sometimes, like I saw a few comments, people think that the tattoo was on her left side, but it was on the right. It's just mirrored sometimes, you know? And so, sorry to be graphic, I just want to repeat the information we learned yesterday, where they said her right breast was cut off and missing, never found. And I mean, we were saying it's probably because it's a little bit like Rex Heuermann. Sorry to make the comparison, but like when you're trying to get rid of identifying markers like tattoos, right? It could be. We're speculating, but it could be. I mean, why else? Well, I mean, that's a huge question for a case like this, because why altogether? But just so that you know, if you do go and look at some of the pictures, because they just quickly showed some of the pictures today now of Sade with her tattoo. Sometimes it looks like it's on her left-hand side, but it's actually on the right shoulder, right chest area.
Nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you. You may step down.
Oh, no cross.
I think we've had enough for today. I think we're going to call it at this point.
That was a lot. Oh.
So at this point in time, those admonitions I gave you are all the more important.
Wait. Who said what over there? That was. We need to just, right?
Put a wall around yourself for the weekend.
Hey.
Go into the weekend, right?
Wait.
Lastly, 257.
Sorry, I went to hear. Did someone
You're
say
able to
something?
see the tattoo.
Was that
Yes.
the mom? Sheena.
And it matches
Let's put the
directly
here. And then we're done for
the
the day.
tattoo on
Almost
Sade's
there.
chest.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. You may step down.
And then
I think we've had enough for today. I think we're going to call it at this point. Okay?
Oh. Someone said someone's gonna burn in effing hell. Oh. Oh my. Okay. Well, yeah. I'm actually amazed that there haven't been outbursts yet in the courtroom, even though they're not allowed to. I'm like, can you imagine being Sade's family members? Her mother's sitting there, her sister's sitting there, listening to all of this. Wow. Okay, so we're here now.
So at this point in time, those admonitions I gave you are all the more important as you go into the weekend, right? And I know it's difficult, but you're under a court order. So I need you not to look at any media. So no television, no radio, no social media. Don't talk to your friends and family about this. Remember, this verdict has to be based on what you've heard in this courtroom. And the decision has to be made by the 12 of you who are ultimately on this panel. It can't be based on things that people say to you. So you just have to put a wall around yourself for the weekend. I know it's difficult. I know it's an imposition, but it's an important duty you have to undertake. So no social media, no investigation, no research. You know, I'd say put on some Netflix and sit in your house and don't even go out. That way you're not going to have contact and it'll probably make your life a little easier.
Good.
Remember,
Good advice,
as you
Judge.
leave here today, to not talk about it with each other even. Wear your badges on Monday, very broadly when you're coming in on Monday. Monday morning, Celeste, what are we thinking?
8:45, Judge.
So 8:45 Monday, I'd like to kick up and get started right back at this. Okay, remember, I need all of you present in order to do so. Feel free, in my box, you're welcome to bring water, soda, or coffee on Monday. What else? I think you get it, right? So put this completely out of your mind until you come back next week. That's what I need you to do, okay? You can leave all your notebooks on your chairs and have a lovely weekend, and we'll see you back on Monday, okay? Thank you, everybody.
Okay. There's a little bit of activity here now. Let's wait for it.
Sympathy, passion, or prejudice.
There. Okay. Here we go. Stefan says, a wellness weekend without phone jurors. I mean, Netflix is good advice, actually. Just put Netflix on. Can we also follow those orders? Could we all just put Netflix on and chill?
And again, to the gallery, you know, I get it's emotional. I get it's hard to watch. But the verdict has to be based on the evidence presented, applying facts to law. It can't be based on sympathy, passion, or prejudice. That's why there can't be outbursts in the gallery. And I get it's hard, but the prosecutor's doing a good job of putting you on notice what's coming to some extent. And I know our victim witness coordinator who just stepped out is on her game. If you need a warning that something graphic is coming so you can excuse yourself so it's not so hard. And I'm saying to those of you remaining, because I know the person who left, I hope you can communicate this to her. I know she wants to be present for this, but I get it's hard. But if it's going to result in an outburst, she's going to get removed from the courtroom. So please convey, if you have to step out, okay? Make sense? I see kind of some acknowledgement, right? Okay, thank you. Okay, we did have a sidebar. The sidebar was called at 4:05 by me. It was relative to the witness taking the stand, Miss Sawyer. We never had discussed whether or not she had a criminal history. So I just asked the parties if she did. I was advised she did not. And it was indicated that she has some anxiety and would be entering through my chambers to decrease the tension and anxiety for her taking the stand. Anything you'd like to add to that sidebar? State?
No.
Defense?
No.
Anything you'd like to place on the record before we break for the day? State?
No.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then have a nice weekend. We'll see you back on Monday morning. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, wow. Okay. Mallory Beaver said, I have admittedly become a bit desensitized to what we watch or hear, but this got me sobbing for Sade and her family. Couldn't do this without my Grizzlies. Justice for Sade. I really hope that there will be. Thank you so much for your support, for your sticker. I really appreciate that. Wow, that was a busy day. If you only joined towards the end of the day, you have to go and watch the footage of him on the bus. Like, oh my goodness, that was just so crystal clear, and you could see it's him. It's the defendant. It's Maxwell Anderson. So, you know, I have faith in the case that they're building. And so, let me say this. Today, I made a video for you. So make sure you have homework for tomorrow, okay? If you don't have energy now, then you have homework for tomorrow. Then we all rest, and then hopefully I'll see you again before, obviously, Monday. I would think so. And then, of course, Monday, we carry on again with the trial, which will be day 4. Sure, and let's see where the state goes then, because I think they're obviously still going to show us footage, surveillance footage of, you know, in the Twisted Fisherman place, the Duke's on Water. They're going to show us surveillance from his house. They're going to show exhibits from inside his house. So there's still a lot. I don't think that he had a police video interview. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. I think his dad helped him lawyer up pretty quickly, right? Okay. Oh, and I didn't mention what the video was about. I made a video today, which is about the Elisa Petrov case. So go and check that out if you haven't yet. Thank you so much, mods. I really appreciate everything you do. Thank you to everyone who bought coffees for the mods. You're so sweet. Thank you for supporting them and topping up their coffee cups. Patrons, members, subscribers, everyone, and definitely locals in chat. You guys are awesome. Thank you for all the information you share, all the emails I'm getting as well. And I will see you again very soon. Happy Friday to you. Make sure you look after your mental health, because this case, it's really graphic and upsetting. Justice for Sade.